Share ko lang din po yung aking screen. Wait lang po. For a while po, nag-open pa lang po yung ating presentation. Oh, wait lang po ha. Medyo nag-hang po ang ating laptop. So, i-recall lang natin so last week, so natapos na tayo doon sa Filipino personality. So, yung iba't ibang theory. Okay? So, natalakay natin doon yung psychodynamic theory, the humanistic theory, the behavioral theory, the cognitive theory, at saka yung moral development theory. So, natalakay din natin last week yung Filipino psychology, as well as yung the Filipino family, and I think yun yung ating mga naging topics doon sa ating naging discussion last week. So, which is cover pa rin siya ng ating HBSE. Sige po. Wait lang po. So for this day, so unahin nating itackle yung other perspectives ng human behavior and social environment. Okay. I-share ko lang po ang aking screen. Okay, so nakikita na po kaya sa ating screen yung presentation. Ayan. Okay, so for this day, so unahin natin yung ating other perspectives and theories of human behavior. Ayan. So for today, ang ating participants ay 9. Ano po? Ayan. Sige po. So simulan na natin So simulan natin ang pag-discuss doon sa tinatawag nating systems theory. Ayan. So mahalaga na malaman din natin itong systems theory lalo na sa pag-assess ng ating mga client kasi malaking bahagi yung mga iba't ibang systems na nakapalibot sa ating client para ma-assess natin ng maayos sa ating mga kliyente. Okay? So, ano ba yung tinatawag nating systems theory? So, it explains human behavior as the intersection of the influences of the multiple interrelated systems. So, kumbaga, it is a whole made up of separate parts kung saan nagkakaroon ng interaction with each other. So it is a complex system. Okay? So when we say system, it is defined as a whole, a unit composed of people and their interaction including their relationship. Ayan. So a system should be viewed as constantly changing whole and always be in the process of movement towards its goals. Okay? So sinasabi dito that every being is a part of a greater whole and every being is a part of a system. So we are connected. Connect yung iba't ibang sistema na nasa ating environment, sa ating sarili at sa ating society o community na ginagalawan. Okay? So even for individual issues, families, organizations, societies, and other systems are inherently involved and must be considered when attempting to understand and assist the individual. So mahalaga na titingnan natin hindi lamang yung individual sa pag-assess natin sa ating mga client or kliyente. So as well as tingnan din natin yung sa families, organizations, societies, and other systems na maaring makaapekto at maaring makatulong sa atin doon sa pag-unawa doon sa kalagayan o sitwasyon ng ating kliyente. Okay? So according to this theory, all systems are interrelated parts constituting an order whole, and each subsystems influences other parts of the whole. Yan. Okay, so there are important concepts ng ating systems theory. So, tingnan natin yung mga konsepto ng kinapapalooban nitong systems theory. So, una, yung tinatawag nating boundaries. Okay? So, it refers to a closed circle around selected variables where there is less interchange of energy or communication across the circle than there is within the circle. So, when we say boundaries, there is only a less interchange of energy or communication. And number two, yung ating closed systems. Ayan. So when we say closed systems, they do not interact with other systems. So from the word closed, kasi nga sarado, so wala silang kakayanan na mag-interact doon sa other system. They neither accept input from them nor convey output to them. Okay? This is usually not affected by the environment. Kumbaga, isolated sila with other system. Okay? Number three, yung tinatawag nating open systems. Ayan. So dito naman, nagkakaroon sila ng interaction or engage in interchanges with its environment and therefore continues to grow and change. This is usually affected by its environment with constant interaction sa other system. Okay? Number four, when we say tension naman, it may manifest itself either destructive or constructive ways. This is not seen as positive or negative, but rather as attributes of all systems, simply because they are alike. So when we say tension, pwede siyang destructive or constructive. Okay? The number five, feedback. So ito na yung communication network which produces action in response to an input of information and includes results of its own action. Okay? So there are two types of feedback, the negative and the positive feedback. When we say negative systems, behavior is making it difficult to achieve its goals or correction is needed. So pag nandiyan yung negative feedback, it indicates problem. So maaring may problema. Kapag naman positive feedback, system is behaving correctly in relation to its goal. So ibig sabihin yung output ay nagwo-work ng maayos o nagwo-work ng well. Okay? Then number seven, the change and stability. This is an open system, are constantly in the process of change. Ayan. So yung ating open system, na nabanggit natin na nag-i-interact siya with the environment, ito daw ay constantly na nasa process ng change. And however, a system must also maintain a dynamic equilibrium. So the number 8, yung tinatawag nating role. When we say role, it is the expected behavior of a person occupying a particular social position or status. Ito yung ating inaasahan doon sa mga taong mayroong status, posisyon, particular halimbawa sa isang society. Okay? Number 9, the input. So this is the energy being fed into the system across the boundary. Okay? So ito yung energy na ibinibigay natin doon sa system. Okay? And the output, this means the effects, ayan, result on the environment of energy passed through the boundary of a system. So ito yung commonly na mga concepts when we say in general, yung tinatawag natin general systems theory. Okay? In social work, so meron tayong systems theory na ginamit. At ito ay, ang proponent ay si Pincus and Minahan. Okay? And they outline 6 systems that social workers interact with in their practice. So ano yung mga six system na ito? So nandyan yung change agent system, the client system, the target system, action system, the professional system, and the problem identification system. So unahin natin. So when we say change agent system, so this is the agency or institution that employs social workers. So change agent system, so pumapatungkol sa doon sa mismong agency or institution. Okay? Na kung saan doon nagtatrabaho sa social worker. Then the client system, it refers to individual or group which asks help from the social worker. Okay? So from the word client, so ang papasok sa ating isip dun ay yung mismong individual na humihingi ng tulong kay social worker. Number 3, the target system. This is the people that the worker need to change or influence in order to achieve goal. Okay? So ito yung tinatarget ni social worker na para makamit yung mga gustong pagbabago at doon sa ating kliyente. The number 4, the action system, those which the worker interacts in a cooperative way in order to bring about change helpful to the client. Yan. So nagkakaroon na ng cooperation with the client para makapag-bring ng change, makatulong itong sa social worker doon sa kliyente. Okay? And the number 5, yung ating professional system. When we say professional system, this is professional association, the education system, the values and such functions of the social work or social worker. And then number 6, the problem identification system. This is the system that acts to bring potential client to the attention of the worker. Okay, so that's the 6 systems kung saan ang social worker ay nag-interact in their practice using that system. Okay? So what are the key concepts pagdating dito sa ating systems theory? So people are not isolated individuals but operate as a part of wider networks or systems. Ayan. So maaring madaming makaapekto o madaming reasons bakit ganoon ang pinapakita ni client, bakit ganoon yung behavior niya, at kailangan ma-check din natin yung iba't ibang systems na nag-i-interact doon sa kliyente. Number 2, difficulties may arise if there is lack of fit between the person and the systems they operate within. So maaaring magkaroon ng problema kung hindi fit yung iba't ibang system doon sa ating kliyente. And it is a holistic approach which is relevant to social work practice. Ayan. So holistic, kasi nga, tinitingnan natin yung buong sistema na meron yung kliyente para ma-resolve natin kung ano man yung problema ni kliyente o ni client. Okay, so that's the systems theory na maaari yung makatulong din sa atin on how to assess especially yung personality, human behavior, and pagdating din sa problema ng ating client. Okay? Okay, so if you have question po, pwede po tayong gumamit ng ating chat box. Po. Okay, so for second theory, yung tinatawag naman natin role theory. Ayan. Okay, so role theory. So let's define role. So ano bang ibig sabihin pag sinabi nating role? It is a socially expected behavior prescribed to a person occupying a particular status or position. So when we say role, it is something, ito yung inaasahan or yung expected to do. So ano ba yung inaasahan natin? Naggampanan mo, kung saan merong kang particular status or position na hinahawakan o may obligasyon ka, kumbaga. Okay? Then the social functioning is the sum of roles performed by the individual. So when we say social functioning sa ating social work, so it is the interaction ng individual sa kanyang environment and the ability to perform or fulfill their role. Okay, so interaction of individual with his or her environment. Okay? Social norms guide the definition of a role of a person, as well as the expected attitude and behavior for it. When we say norms naman, is something to do na sabihin natin, it is the ought to do. Ito yung nararapat na gawin. Nararapat na gawin. Okay? So, tingnan natin yung some important concepts dito sa ating tinatawag na role theory. Okay? So, una, yung tinatawag na status. So, ayan. So, one's rank or position in society may be based on the socio-economic standing, age, and gender of a person. So, when we say status, dito na makikita natin ano ba yung kahalagahan natin or the evaluation of work of a person. Okay? And then the norms, tulad na nabanggit, it is a rules or standards of behavior in a particular culture or group. Okay, so it is something to do with the ought to do. Ayan, so ano yung nararapat na gawin. Okay, another concepts, yung role sets or role clusters. Ayan, it is an array of roles that any one person can take on at any particular time. Okay? So, for example, when we say array of roles, madami kang ginagampanan na mga roles. For example, as a student, ayan. So, you need to attend classes, ayan, make friends, sumunod kay teacher, as a student, nandiyan din yung role mo na makipaglaro ka sa iyong mga classmates, etc. Okay? So when we say array of roles, ito yung iba't ibang roles na ginagampanan mo as a person. Okay? The next is the role complementarity or reciprocity. So when we say complementarity or reciprocity, it is a paired roles. Ayan, such as, tulad nga daw ng parent-child, teacher-student, ayan, mother-child, ayan. So, complementary. Nagko-complement sila with each other. Next is the role conflict. Okay. So, dito naman sa role conflict, nagkakaroon tayo ng conflicting expectation from a person occupying two or more position at the same time. Okay? So, for example, madami kang ginagampanan na role as a student, at the same time, ikaw ay halimbawa student ka, tapos magulang ka na rin, parent ka na rin, and then nagtatrabaho ka din, so as a worker, and meron kang kaibigan, so as a friend, and meron kang asawa as a husband. So nagkakaroon ng conflict dito sa mga roles na ginagampanan. For example, niyaya ka ng friend mo, para lumabas, maaring mas magiging mahalaga yung role noong pagiging asawa at pagiging ama doon sa iyong mga anak at asawa. So maaring tanggihan mo yung nagyayaya sa iyong kaibigan. So doon nagkakaroon tayo ng conflicting roles. Okay? So, kumbaga, mas uunahin mo yung kapakanan naman ng yung iyong asawa at yung mga anak. So, kaya tatanggihan mo yung kaibigan mo. Okay? Na nagyayaya sa iyo na lumabas. Okay? Then, the role incongruity. Okay, this is a situation wherein the personal perception of a role differs from the expectation of society or one significant others. Okay? So dito papasok yung hindi congruent yung personal perception, personal perception mo at perception ng society or expectation ng society dun sa role na ginagampanan mo. Okay? For example na lang, when it comes to leadership, ayan. So, maaring tingnan yung expectation ng society talagang kapag lalaki, leader talaga yan. Pero, ayun, so naipapakita mo sa kanila na hindi ka maayos o magaling na leader. So, nagkakaroon ng role incongruity. Okay? So, in this role theory, so ano ba yung uses nito sa ating social practice? And ano ba yung implication? So this theory and its concept are part of knowledge base useful to social workers in assessment in intervention planning. So pwede rin natin sa magamit in assessment and specifically sa ating intervention planning. Okay, kasi makikita natin ano ba yung mga role na iba't ibang ginagampanan ng ating client. Sa kanyang pamilya, sa labas ng community, etc. Okay, and doon natin magkakaroon ng deeper assessment doon sa ating client. Okay? So next, yung ating naman tinatawag na communication theory. Ayan. Ayan. So communication, so i-define natin. So it is the process of transferring and sharing messages and meanings through the use of symbols like words, gestures, and sounds. Okay, so it is a two-way interaction kasi merong transferring and sharing of information, messages, It pwede siyang through words, pwedeng gestures, sounds, etc. Okay? So what are the elements of communication? So number one is the source. Ayan. So the origin of the message. Kung saan nagmula yung mensahe. So ito nga yung tinatawag nating sender. Okay? The message naman, it is the idea that is communicated. Ito yung idea na gusto mong iparating doon sa iyong doon sa receiver o tatanggap ng mensahe. Number three, the channel. So the means by which the message is transmitted from the source of the receiver. So for example, it can be oral, pwede rin written, or sa pamamagitan ng body language. Okay? So number four is the receiver. Ito naman yung tagatanggap ng ating mensahe na nais natin iparating. So this is the target of communication and ito yung nag-i-interpret ng ating mensahe na itina-transmit natin doon sa papunta sa sender to the receiver. And then number five is the effects. Okay? This is the changes occurring in the receiver as a result of the transmission of the message. Okay? And lastly, yung ating pong feedback, this is the information goes back to the source and tells him how his message is being received. Okay, so ito na yung time na sa receiver ay magbibigay ng feedback doon kay sender. Okay? So yan. So ganun lang naman kasimple. Yung ating communication, communication theory. And mostly naman, ito ay everyday talaga na encounter natin, yung pakikipag-communicate. Okay? Okay. Ayan. So other theory na pwede makatulong din sa atin ay yung tinatawag na symbolic interactions or the symbolic interactionism. Okay? So, tingnan natin ano ba ang sinasabi ng ating symbolic interactionism. So, interactionists are interested in how people interpret and socially construct the world around them. So, nasa sa tao kung paano niya i-interpret yung mga experiences o yung mga situation na nararanasan niya. The basic idea of this story is that personality is a result of the interaction between individuals mediated by symbols or in particular language. Ayan. So depende doon sa experience, depende doon sa naranasan, depende doon sa naging interaction niya doon sa isang bagay o sa isang sitwasyon kung paano niya bibigyan ng meaning yung mga pangyayari o yung mga na-experience ng mga bagay-bagay. Okay? Symbolic interactionism holds that people are active beings who think and behave based on their interpretation of particular situations. So, tulad na nabanggit natin kanina, nakadepende dun sa mismong tao kung paano niya i-interpret yung kanyang sitwasyon. That is based on his or her interaction or ano yung naging experience niya doon sa isang sitwasyon. Okay? Symbolic interactionism tends to focus on the language and symbols that help us give meaning to the experiences in our life. They notice that as we interact with the world, we change the way we behave based on the meaning we give social interactions. So ang ating symbolic interactionism, so ang ating proponent ay si George Herbert Mead. So emphasize that people as thinking and acting individuals, consciousness is developed in the context of social experience. The capacity of human beings to interact with others and adjust their behavior based on their interpretation of gestures and symbols. So let's have example. So for example, a dog. So maaring magkakaiba yung experience natin sa aso. So maaring ako ay takot sa aso kasi may experience ako na halimbawa kinagat ako, hinabol ako ng aso. Maaring ikaw naman ay iba yung experience mo sa aso. Maaring ang experience mo ay dahil may alaga kang aso, tinuturing mo yung aso as a man's best friend. Okay? So magkaiba tayo ng experience at maaring ang interpretation ko kapag narinig ko yung aso ay matatakot ako. Pero ikaw na tinuturing mo yung aso as a man's best friend kasi meron kang experience or meron kang interaction dun sa aso na tinuturing mo siyang man's best friend. So maaring ang iyong interpretasyon, pag narinig mo yung salitang aso ay mabait, kasi tinuturing mo siyang man's best friend. So, when we say symbolic interactionism, nakadepende doon sa naging experience natin, nakadepende doon sa ating naging interaction doon sa isang bagay, sa isang experience or situation, ang pagbibigay natin o pag-interpret natin ng meaning. Okay? So, ganun lang kasimple. Yung tinatawag nating symbolic interactionism. Okay? So next, yung tinatawag naman natin cultural theory. Yan. So, bigyan natin definition. What is culture? So, last board exam, lumabas ito. Yung culture. So, ayan. So, ito yung mismong tanong dito. So, it refers to the entire way of life of people or society which they create, acquire from other societies, and ready to transmit to subsequent generations. Yan. So that's culture. It is the entire way of life na pwede nating maipasa sa mga susunod na generation. And it is a complex tool which includes knowledge, belief, arts, morals, laws, customs, and other capabilities and habits acquired by human as a member of his society. So complex siya kasi dyan na pinagsama-sama yung mga ating paniniwala, yung ating mga customs, knowledge, arts, morals, etc. Okay? So when we say culture, it is learned. So ayan, so pwede siyang matutunan. Shared, ayan, pwede siyang i-shared, o pwedeng ibahagi sa iba. Cumulative, and it is dynamic, diverse, and full. Okay, when we say cumulative, pinagsama-sama, maaring nagkakaroon ng mga combining of culture. Ayan. So when we say dynamic, pwede siyang mabago. And diverse, pwedeng diverse. When we say diverse, iba't iba. So maraming culture, yung iba't ibang mga tao. Okay? So let's discuss intangible aspects of culture. So number one, yung tinatawag natin values. When we say values, it refers to what is good or what is right. It is general and shared concepts. Ayan. Ng good and right, what is appropriate, worthwhile, and important. Okay? Number two, the belief. This is a concept of person about how the world operates, where the individual fit in it. So this includes faith, experiences, traditions, or scientific observation. So usually yung belief without facts, kasi ito yung parang nilalagay lang natin sa ating sarili na ating pinaniniwalaan. Okay? Number three is norms. Ayan. So when we say norms, this is written and unwritten rules that guide behavior and conduct appropriate to given situations. So ito yung nararapat na gawin. Pwede siyang written, pwede siyang unwritten, na dapat ay susundin natin. Okay? And number four, the walkways. Ito yung tinatawag nating everyday life norms. Ito yung mga pang-araw-araw natin na ginagamit na norms in our society. A behavior that organized and repetitive. So, paulit-ulit natin ginagawa. This is a behavior pattern of everyday life of a group. Okay? So, for example, when we say walkways, the correct manner of eating, drinking, the correct manner of greeting, and then nandyan din yung mga concept of appropriate dress, kung paano ba manamit ng tama, etc. Okay? So kaya siya repetitive, and it is everyday life, patterns of our everyday life. Okay? When we say mores, this is a special walkways, na meron ng moral significance and ethical significance. So since they involve respect of authority, and so marriage and sex behavior patterns, religious rituals, and other basic codes. So ayan, so dito na papasok yung ilan sa mga religious doctrines na mayroong moral and ethical significance. Then the folklore. When we say folklore, this is the traditional beliefs. Ayan, papasok doon yung mga dances, songs, tales, or sayings preserved orally and are unreflectively among group or people. So ito yung mga naipapasa-pasa na, yung mga kasabihan, ayan, yung mga kwentong bayan, ayan, etc. Okay? When we say costumes, number four, this refers to distinctive styles and prevailing fashions, characteristics of any period, country, class, occupation, or occasion. So, styles, ayan. So, na maaaring mapasa din, sa iba't ibang generation from generation. Number five, this is the special manner, yung ating language, or characteristic mode of expression. This is the mode of expression significant for human intercourse. So, ginagamit natin specifically in the communication process, yung language. So other concepts or aspects, yung tinatawag nating culture shock. Ayan. When we say culture shock, the feeling of disorientation. Okay? So from the word shock, so parang nagkakaroon ka naninibago ka, doon sa, for example, bago ka doon sa lugar, so maaaring maka-experience ka ng culture shock. So nagkakaroon ka ng confusion, anxiety, doon sa isang lugar kung saan ikaw ay hindi familiar doon sa culture, yung pamamaraan ng kanilang pamumuhay, at doon sa kanilang way or the attitude. Okay? Number 7, the cultural relativism. Ayan. So when we say cultural relativism, this is the idea that a person's beliefs, values, and practices should be understood based on that person's own culture rather than be judged against the criteria of another. So when we say cultural relativism, uunawain natin yung kultura na meron ang ibang, for example, ibang lahi, o taga-ibang lugar. So for example, instead na i-criticize natin yung kanilang culture, for example, yung mga halimbawa sa mga Thai, ayan, mga taga-Thailand. So kumakain sila ng mga wild animals, ayan, or yung mga taga-China, ayan. So kumbaga, instead na i-criticize natin bakit sila kumakain ng ganong mga wild animals, so mas uunawain natin, ano kayang dahilan bakit ganon yung kultura na kanilang kinagisnan. And another example, bakit kaya yung mga Muslim, ayan, ay laging ang suot ay takip halos lahat ay matakpan na ang buong katawan. So rather than criticizing yung pamamaraan ng kanilang pananamit, ay ating unawain bakit kaya ganun yung kultura na kanilang nakagisnan. So that's what we call cultural relativism. Okay? Number 8, ethnocentrism. So when we say ethnocentrism, belief that one's culture is superior to all other cultures, perceived superiority of one's own society to others. When we say ethnocentrism, so this is the superiority of culture. Kumbaga sinasabi ay yung iyong sariling kultura is better than the other culture. So nagkakaroon ng bias judging. Ayan, kumbaga nagkakaroon ng maaaring sabihin natin yung kultura ng iba ay bad or wrong. Ayan, for example na lang sa US, so nandyan yung pag-clash ng mga culture ng white versus black. Ayan. So, ang nangyayari, ang mas superior na culture ay yung mga white rather than doon sa mga black. Okay? The number 9 ay yung tinatawag nating xenocentrism. Okay? So when we say xenocentrism, this is the preference for the product, style, culture, people, significant others, and food of others rather than of one's own. So dito naman sa xenocentrism, mas pinapahalagahan natin yung kultura ng ibang tao. Okay? So mas mahalaga yung kultura, o mas pinapahalagahan natin yung kultura ng ibang, for example, ibang lahi, ibang bansa, etc. Ayan. And mostly nangyayari yan sa mga Pilipino. For example, ayan, so ang mga Pilipino, ang hilig ngayon sa mga Korean. Ayan. Mas parang pinaprioritize na nila yung mga paggaya dun sa mga kultura ng Korean. Ayan, so nandyan ang mga K-pop, K-drama. Ayan. So mas pinapahalagahan ang kultura ng ibang lahi o ibang bansa. So that's why we call xenocentrism. Okay, so that's our culture theory. Okay? And this culture theory, maaaring makatulong din sa pag-deal natin sa ating mga client, especially kung iba't ibang yung culture, at kailangan i-respect natin yung kultura ng ating mga kliyente. Next, Next perspective ay yung tinatawag nating ecological perspective. Ayan. Ayan, so ang ating proponent ng ecological perspective ay si Brenner. Ayan, the ecological model. Si Brenner, so gumamit siya dito ng children as an example para sa kanyang model. Okay, so sees children's development as being at the center of multi-layered systems which interact with each other influencing the child. So madami ding system nag-i-interact doon sa isang tao o sa isang bata. And that's what we call the ecological perspective or ecological model. So children need people in order to become a human. So sabi nga, it takes a nation to raise a child. Ayan. So kaya madaming sistema yung kailangan o system para mabuo kung sino o ano ba yung bata. Okay? So Germain introduced an ecological as perspective for practice in social casework more than 20 years ago. Despite social work's historical commitment to the person and environment, most direct practice had not gone beyond the individual's internal processes and the family's interpersonal processes. Attention to physical and social environments and culture and to their reciprocal relationship with people was rare or very rare. Okay? So, tingnan natin. So, sabi nga ni Juris Jury was the key in changing the perspective of developmental psychology by calling attention to large number of environmental and societal influences on child and human development. Okay? So, malaki yung ambag ng environmental and societal influences sa pag-develop ng isang tao o ng isang bata. This perspective saw the process of human development as being shaped by interaction between an individual and his or her environment. So tingnan natin yung ginamit na sistema. So there are 5 na system that are used in ecological perspective. So nandyan po yung microsystem, the mesosystem, the exosystem, the macro, and the chronosystem. So when we say microsystem, this is the immediate environment. Okay? Ito yung immediate environment ng isang tao o ng isang bata. So kasi sa example ni Brenner, so gumamit siya ng child. Okay? This is the most basic, and this is what we call the immediate environment of the child, and kung saan meron siyang direct impact doon sa development ng bata. Okay, for example, family, school. Ayan, so yan yung mga karaniwang immediate environment ng isang bata. Okay? Mesosystem naman, when we say mesosystem, nagkakaroon na ng connection yung immediate environment ng isang bata. Okay? O nagkakaroon ng interactional processes between the multiple microsystems. For example, nagkaroon ng interaction si family at si school, o doon sa teacher ng bata, yun na yung tinatawag nating mesosystem. So nag-connect na si family and si school. So halimbawa, nakipag-usap si parents and doon sa teacher ng bata. So that's what we call mesosystems or what we call the connections. Next, yung number 3, yung tinatawag nating exosystem. Okay, when we say exosystem, ito yung tinatawag nating indirect environment. Okay? Na kung saan ay wala tayong control or what we call out of control. Okay? These links between a social settings influence the systems around the child. At individual does not have an active role. And for example, yung parents' workplace. So tinuturing natin siyang indirect environment, yung workplace nung magulang mo, since wala ka namang active role na ginagampanan pagdating dun sa pinagtatrabahuhan ng iyong magulang. So that's what we call exosystem. When we say macro system naman, ayan, so this pertains to a big picture. Ayan. So tinitingnan natin siya in a larger scale. Okay? So describe as the forces affecting individual and family functioning. Okay? Let's say, for example, so yung macro system, yung nararanasan natin ngayong pandemic. Ayan. So since it is a worldwide, so yan ay itinutuloy nating macro system. So more on big picture and in a large or larger scale. Okay? Chrono system, so changes over time. Ayan. This includes the transitions, yung transition na nangyayari sa ating buhay. And it includes also the shift or the shifting of one's lifespan. It involves socio-historical context changes over time. So let's say, for example, ang maaring example dito sa chrono system, halimbawa yung pagkapanganak ng bago mong kapatid. Ayan. Maari din yung pagkakaroon ng separation ng iyong parents. Okay? So, yan po, yung tinatawag natin the micro, the meso, exo, macro, and chrono system. Okay? And what is the implication sa ating practice nitong ating ecological perspective? It encourages those in the field to look at the environment surrounding a person or group when attempting to provide support. So makikita natin, ano ba yung mga available support, available resources na meron doon sa community ng bata, para mas madali tayo makapag-provide ng iba't ibang support and interventions doon sa individual o sa ating client. Okay? So next perspective ay yung tinatawag nating strength perspective. So dito naman, tinitingnan natin yung strength, kalakasan ng ating kliyente. So usually, ginagamit natin ito sa pag-assess ng ating client. So, tinitingnan natin yung strength rather than doon sa weakness ng client. So, kasi itong strength, maaaring makatulong sa atin para makuha natin kung ano ba yung pwedeng ibigay ni client as we go along doon sa ating helping process. Okay? Ayan. So, I hope ay okay pa at tuloy-tuloy tayong nakikinig sa ating discussion. Okay. So, when we say strengths perspective, this recognizes an individual's abilities to cope with problems. This is an approach to social work that puts the strengths and resources of people, communities, environment, rather than their problems or pathologies. So mas tinitingnan natin yung ating kliyente, based sa kanyang kalakasan, based sa kanyang strength, based doon sa mga available resources na meron sa kanyang paligid. Okay? Rather than focusing doon sa mga problema ng ating client. So, mobilize client strength, talents, knowledge, capacities. Ayan. So, i-mobilize natin kung ano ba yung meron sa client na maaring makatulong doon sa ating helping process. In the service of achieving their goals and visions, and the clients will have a better quality of life on their terms. Okay? The strengths perspective emphasizes the human capacity for resilience, resistance, courage, striving, and ingenuity, and it champions the rights of individuals and communities to form and achieve their own goals and aspirations. Okay? So kumbaga talagang hahalukayin natin ano ba yung mga positibo doon sa ating client para ma-achieve natin yung pinakang general goal ng ating helping process. Okay? So the strengths perspective offers a positive framework for understanding the personal, community, and systemic strengths operating in any situation. Okay? Uncovering strengths and framing them in an accessible and useful way becomes a core social work process. So more on positive framework sa kasi nga tinitingnan natin lahat ng mga kalakasan. Hindi lamang kalakasan noong individual, pwede rin yung kalakasan ng mga nakapalibot na tao sa kanya community. Ano ba yung mga pwedeng makatulong doon sa pag-resolve na kanyang problem. And there are 5 questions para ma-assess natin yung strength ni client. Okay? So nandiyan yung una, yung survival questions. This pertains on how they survive a certain situation. Ayan. So papasukan natin ng mga questions kung paano nila na-survive yung iba't ibang mga situations, problema na kanilang naranasan. Number 2, yung support questions. Dito papasok ba yung mga support systems na mayroong available sa kanyang paligid o sa kanyang community, sa kanyang family, etc. Okay? The exception questions, this uncover the exceptions to the current problem. And so kumbaga ina-uncover natin yung mga ilang pang mga problema na mayroong connection dun sa current problem. The number 4, the possibility questions. Kumbaga ina-assess natin yung future when we say possibility. Things that may happen, like likelihood to happen in the near future. And then the STEAM questions, this is more on admiration questions. Ayan. So tingnan natin yung ilan sa mga possible examples of questions. Ayan. So for example, survival questions. How have you been able to rise to the challenges put before you? What was your mindset as you faced these difficulties? What have you learned about yourself and your world during your most difficult times? And which of these difficulties have given you special strength, insight, or skills? So, sa survival questions, so nakita natin more on how they survive a certain situation or experience. Another example pa, yung sa coping questions. How do you keep going day after day when there seems to be no hope? How did you learn to cope with such an awful situation when you were still so young? Did you have to do it all by yourself? And how is it? What do you do so that things are not worse? So more on how they cope naman sa mga problema na kanilang naranasan. Ayan. So another example sa support questions. What people have given you special understanding, support, and guidance? Who are the special people on whom you can depend? What is that these people give you that is exceptional? How did you find them, or how did they come to you? What associations, organizations, or groups have been especially helpful to you in the past? So, support, makikita natin yung mga questions related to support systems na meron si client. Exception, example, when things were going well in life, what was different? In the past, when you felt that your life was better, more interesting, or more stable, what about your world, your relationships, your thinking was special or different? What parts of your world and your being would you like to recapture reinvent, or relive. What moments or incidents in your life have given you special understanding, resilience, and guidance? And last, how have you managed to survive or thrive thus far, given all of the challenges you have had to contend with? Okay, so the exception, so this uncover the exceptions to the current problem. Example naman for the possibility, what now do you want out of life? What are your hopes, visions, and aspirations? What people or personal qualities are helping you move in these directions? And what are your special talents and abilities? And lastly, what fantasies and dreams have given you a special hope and guidance? So, sa possibility question, more on patungkol sa mga bagay na maaaring mangyari in the near future. Okay. So when listening, we must be constantly on the look for positives. Ayan. So tingnan natin yung brighter side, okay? For capacity, capability, and resourcefulness. So for example, absence from school 2 days a week. So focus initially on the 3 days of attendance. So instead na mag-focus tayo dun sa mga absences noong bata. Okay, mag-focus tayo doon sa kanyang ipinasok. Okay? But we cannot ignore negative diagnosis and past behaviors. Pero yun nga, hindi naman natin basta i-ignore yung mga negative na nakikita natin doon sa client. So cannot gloss over them. The secret lies in how such labels are applied. We will return to this issue later. So babalikan pa rin natin yung mga negativities na nakikita natin doon sa bata. Pero sa unang bahagi, mas magpo-focus tayo doon sa positive framework or sa positive na ginagawa ng ating client. Okay? O yung tinatawag na natin strength. So what is the purpose of using strength perspective? To ensure that the social worker is attentive to client strengths during assessment and intervention. Kasi yun nga, makakatulong tayo para makapag-craft tayo ng mga possible interventions using the strength ng client. Na meron siya, na meron ng community, na meron ang kanyang iba't ibang system. Application, this is necessary in work with all clients and during all phases of the helping process. So pwede siyang magamit from the assessment hanggang evaluation of the client. Okay, so that's the strength perspective. Okay? So moving on tayo dito kay William Glaser. So that's the reality theory or the choice therapy. So ano ba ang sinasabi pagdating dito sa tinatawag nating reality theory? So in reality therapy, so it's a particular approach in psychotherapy and counseling. It has primarily been developed by the psychiatrist Dr. William Glaser since mid-1960s. This is a form of counseling that use behavior as a choice. Ayan. So choice daw yung behavior na ipinapakita natin sa ibang tao, o sa ginagalawan nating komunidad. Okay? So ang psychological symptoms nag-occur daw siya not because of the mental health condition but due to people choosing behavior to fulfill their needs. Ayan. So meron ditong kinalaman yung needs ng isang tao. Okay? Kung bakit ganoon, yung ipinapakita niyang behavior. Okay? So sinasabi nga ni Glaser, we all make choices according to basic needs. Okay? That come from within ourselves. The needs drive our choices and influence how we behave in those choices. So maaring yung needs ang nagdadrive sa kung ano yung gusto natin, and this influence, kung paano na-influencehan yung ating behavior doon sa ating mga choices. Okay? So choice theory means tell us that we choose everything we do. And it states that behavior is a constant attempt to satisfy one or more or 5 basic needs. So, nag-identify si William Blazer ng 5 basic needs at according sa kanya, the 5 basic needs are the power, the fun, love, belonging, freedom, and survival. These needs are thought to be innate. We are born with them, and we are responsible for the choices we make. Okay? So, tingnan natin yung ating 5 basic needs according to William Blazer. So, almost all approaches to psychology assume that people have certain basic needs. And indeed, there is broad agreement on what these needs are. So, in reality therapy or reality theory, they are classified under 5 headings. So, number 1, yun nga po tinatawag natin power. This includes achievement and feeling worthwhile as well as feeling. Okay? The love and belongingness, this includes groups as well as families or loved ones. The freedom, this includes independence, autonomy, your own space. Next is fun, include pleasure and enjoyment. And the survival, this includes nourishment, shelter, and sex. Okay. So needs versus wants. In the society, the survival need is normally being met. It is in how we met the other 4 psychological needs that we run in trouble. Usually naman, so the main needs, talaga na talagang naibibigay natin ay yung survival needs. And yung mga nabanggit pang 4 needs, yung the power, the love and belonging, freedom and fun. So dito, nagkakaroon tayo ng konting kahirapan sa pag-achieve ng mga needs na ito. So the key is what we want. And nobody ever gets up in the morning and says, I must meet my love and belonging needs today. So we are more likely to say, so ito daw yung mas prefer, I wonder if Mary is free for lunch today. Maybe we can get the gang together on Friday night. I want to marry the person I most enjoy spending time with. I want my favorite football team to win. I hope I ace the upcoming final in intro to counseling theories. Ayan. So wants motivates. What really drives us as a social beings is our wants, not our needs as much. We behave in ways to get what we want, fantasize about what we want, and so on. So, yung behavior, na ipinapakita natin ay depende, doon sa kung paano natin nakukuha yung ating mga kagustuhan. Okay? A counselor in reality therapy would check out whether a client is meeting his or her needs with the 3 basic questions. So, gumagamit sila ng 3 basic questions such as, what do you want? What are you doing to get what you want? Is it working? Okay. Okay. So, yan po, yung kay William Blazer, the reality choice theory. So, maaring yung pinapakita nating behavior ay nakadepende doon sa ating choices of our needs, wants, doon sa ating pinakitang 5 needs from the power, love and belonging, freedom, fun, and survival. Okay? Next concept, yung tinatawag nating force field analysis. Okay. So what is force field analysis? This is created by Kurt Lewin in 1940s. So Lewin originally used it in his work as a social psychologist. The idea behind force field analysis is that situations are maintained by an equilibrium between forces that drive change and others that resist change. For change to happen, the driving forces must be strengthened or the resisting forces weakened. So there are two forces doon sa ginamit ni Kurt Lewin. The driving forces and the resisting forces. Okay, when we say the driving forces, this refers to the positive forces. Okay, and then the resisting forces are the negative forces. Okay, so tingnan natin. So yung positive forces, this is the driving forces which push the individual group situation towards goal realization. When we say negative forces naman, ito yung mga restraining forces na nakakahadlang para makamit yung change and resist for the possibility of movement. Ayan. Ayan, so ito yung example, So dito sa gitna, ilalagay mo yung ano ba yung proposed change mo? Ano ba yung inaasahan mong pagbabago? And then sa magkabilang side, you identify what are the positive and negative forces para makamit natin yung change, and then the negative forces na maaaring makahadlang para makamit natin yung hinahangad nating change. So the tool is useful for making decisions by analyzing the forces for and against a change, and for communicating the reasoning behind your decision. This is one of the tools which the social worker and the people use for problem solving. So good for problem solving kasi ma-analyze mo ano ba yung mga nakakahadlang, ano ba yung pwedeng makatulong para makamit mo yung hinahangad mong change. Okay? It is a process of identifying dimensions of a problem and determining the strategies for solving it. A person has two regions in his or life space, namely, ayan. So sinabi rin ni Kurt Lewin na there are three regions in life space, and these are the home life or the family, social life or the community, and professional life or yung tinatawag nating work. Okay. So ang tatandaan nyo sa force field analysis, the driving forces and the resisting forces, the negative and the positive forces na maaring makatulong doon sa pagkamit ng change, and yung isa naman ay maaring makahadlang sa pagkamit ng change. So the resisting forces should be weakened and the driving forces should be strengthened. Okay? Conflict theory. Ayan. Another theory na under human behavior and social environment. When we say conflict theory, generally surrounds the idea that most struggles in society happen because of conflicts between different social classes or groups. Ayan. So merong conflict, merong may struggles between social classes. There are actually two social classes, yung ating tinatawag na bourgeoisie and the proletariat. When we say the bourgeoisie, this refers to capitalists, and usually ito yung mga oppressors. And yung proletariat naman, these are the workers or what we call the have-not or the oppressed individual. Okay? So each group struggles to attain more resources. So yan. Because resources are scarce, they must struggle with other groups. Okay? There are scarce resources, kaya nagkakaroon ng conflict between the two. Okay? Groups try to protect their own interests, therefore blocking the progress of other groups. So what are the main points of this theory? It is in the interest of those who have wealth to keep and extend what they own, whereas it is in the interest of those who have little or no wealth to try to improve their lot in life. Ayan. So, kumbaga itong conflict theory, mas pabor doon sa mga nasa taas, o ah, yung may wealth, okay? Rather than those who have no wealth, okay? Conflict theory seeks to catalog the ways in which those in power seek to stay in power. So gusto nilang manatili kung nasa saan sila. And according to Marx and Engels, the history of all existing society is the history of class struggle and will be resolved by a communist revolution eventually leading to a classes society. So there are assumptions on conflict theory. Ayan. So sa conflict theory, nabubuo din yung competition. So for example, competition of scarce resources, it's either money, leisure, sexual partners, and so on. It is the heart of all social relationships. Competition rather than consensus is characteristic of human relationships. So when we say competition, ang pinofocus mo yung end goal mo. Gusto kang may makuha. Kaya nakikipag-compete ka. Okay? Ayan, so sa conflict theory, nagkakaroon din ng structural inequality. Ayan. So hindi patas, hindi pantay na pagtingin sa bawat classes na meron sa isang community. Inequalities in power and reward are built into all social structures. Individuals and groups that benefit from any particular structure try to see it maintained. Okay? Number 3, revolution. Ayan. So, change occurs as a result of conflict between social classes, competing interests rather than through adaptation. So when we say revolutionary, it is often abrupt and revolutionary than evolutionary. Okay? And number 4, yung war. Even war is a unifier of societies involved, as well as war may set an end to whole society. So pag nagkakaroon ng conflict, maaaring mag-lead din siya sa pagkakaroon ng war. And a war is a unifier in our society. Ayan. So dito pinapakita yung the core of Marxist conflict theory, yung ating concept of class struggle. Yung mga tinatawag natin the capitalists, sila yung mga nasa taas, and yung mga the have-nots or yung mga nagtatrabaho, sila yung mga nasa baba. Or the industrial worker. Okay. So that's the conflict theory kung saan merong class struggles between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Okay. So last concept or other perspectives of human behavior ay yung kay Paulo Freire na liberating education. Okay. So, sino ba si Paulo Freire? Si Paulo Freire ay well-known siya doon sa kanyang isinulat na Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Okay? And for him, learning is never neutral. It either reinforces the status quo or it challenges it. Okay? And he saw that consciousness raising can be an integral part of learning how to read and write. Okay, so yun nga, kilala si Paulo Freire doon sa Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and this Pedagogy of the Oppressed explain how the oppressed can regain their humanity. Ayan, starting with acquiring knowledge about the concept of humanization itself. Okay, educators and teachers teach each other through respected dialogue. So kaya nga sinabi niya, learning is never neutral. Dapat nandiyan yung interaction din ni educator and the teachers, ayan, at yung sabihin natin yung student. So yan, so criticize na yung banking form of education where knowledge is deposited on passive empty balls. So ayaw niya ng banking form of knowledge na basta ayan, lagay ng lagay lang, bigay ng bigay lang ng mga ideas, concepts, kailangan daw merong interaction si yung natututo at yung nagtuturo. Okay? Instead, this methods considers education as liberatory practice. Ayan. At meron siyang mga sinusunod na steps. So, kailangan daw first, we must investigate the challenges faced by the community and people. So, tingnan natin ano ba yung mga problema, ano ba yung mga challenges na meron sa isang komunidad. And second, we must decide on generative words and concepts. Magsimula tayo dun sa mga simple words, concepts na maaring makatulong doon sa pag-learn noong individual. And third, start from what they know. So simulan natin ano ba yung kanilang alam, ano ba yung kanilang nalalaman. And then saka tayo mag-move to theoretical by writing the spelling and let them read. So kumbaga unti-unti ay ipapasok natin yung mga knowledge doon sa individual. And lastly, provide space for discussion. So nandun yung involvement ng learner doon sa pagkatuto. And so sinabi niya, education as the practice of freedom. Ayan. So that's why we call this liberating education. Mutually created dialogue. So dapat may dialogue between the teacher or yung nagtuturo and yung tinuturuan. So, siya din yung writer ng Pedagogy of the Oppressed. So, sinasabi niya, the oppressed becomes liberated and begins to question every aspect of society. So, kung baga nagkaroon ng kalayaan, yung ating mga oppressed para matuto. Okay? And he agreed for system of education that emphasizes learning as an act of culture and freedom. And dito rin, nabanggit niya yung tinatawag na critical consciousness or the conscientization. This is a process by which the learner advances towards critical consciousness. Okay? So those who attempt to redress the ills of the suffering or humanity are not leaders who work for people, but who work with the people as their servants. This is essentially a philosophy involving techniques of adult and non-formal education through the message is applicable to any form of education. So education makes social change possible. So according to Paulo Freire. Okay? So that's the liberating education. Ayan. So kung saan inopost niya yung banking form of education. So kung saan naniwala sa na dapat ay nandiyan yung interaction with the teacher and the student or yung natututo para mag-take effect yung pagkatuto o yung education. Okay? So yan po ang ating other perspective ng theories po ng human behavior. Okay? So nakita natin yung systems theory, the role theory, the communication theory, nandiyan din yung symbolic interactionism, the cultural theory, the ecological perspective, yung ating strengths perspective, nandiyan din yung ating conflict theory, the rational choice theory, and the last one, yung ating first field analysis and the liberating education. Okay? So any questions po with regards sa ating other perspectives? Okay? May mga questions po kaya or clarifications doon sa ating mga other perspective? Okay. Okay. Sige po. So, ngayon po ay magpo-proceed na tayo. So, kung wala po mga questions, isa din sa mga pinakamagandang topic, yung ating social deviation. Wait lang po. Mag-share po ako ulit ng screen for a while po. Okay. So, ang remaining topic natin is social deviation, social change, and the social process and group processes na under pa rin po ng ating HBS. For a while po, inaayos lang po natin. Okay. So this time ay gagamit po ulit ako ng Word. Ayan. So I will mag-type in lang po ako ng mga i-discuss natin about social deviation. So pag-usapan po natin yung ating social deviation. Social deviation. Okay. So first, bigyan natin ng meaning. What is deviance? Okay, so there are different meanings ng deviance. Ano po? At depende doon sa when it comes to relative, normative, and reactivist. So let's define what is deviance using the three. Okay, relative and normative. And last one is the reactivist. Okay. So, according to relative, ayan, ang deviance daw ay ma-define natin depende sa time, sa place, culture, situation, or context. Okay? So nakadepende sa sa time, sa place, sa culture, situation, or context. While normative, they define deviance as a violation of norms. And according to reactivists naman, this attracted negative reactions from audience. So kung paano naman dinidefine ng mga taong nasa paligid, nakadepende daw ang definition ng deviance depende sa mga taong nakapaligid doon sa ating society. Okay? So sa violation of norms, so na-discuss naman natin kanina yung iba't ibang uri ng norms. So balikan lang natin. So nandiyan sa norms yung tinatawag na folkways. Okay, so sabi natin, ito nga yung tinatawag nating everyday norms. Okay, ito yung araw-araw na usually ginagawa natin, usually common, and usually ito ay habitual. Okay, habitual practices. Okay, usually from repetition or ito yung tinatawag nating routine. So nabanggit natin, some of the examples of folkways are yung halimbawa, yung correct manner of eating, drinking, correct manner of greeting someone, or the concept ng ating appropriateness. Okay? The next norms yung tinatawag nating mores. Okay? So this is the norms of morality. So kumbaga meron siyang moral significance. Okay? Or meron siyang moral significance or ethical significance. Okay? And some of the example, yun nga, yung mga religious doctrines, okay, na mayroong moral significance. Number 3, yung tinatawag nating taboos. Okay? So this is strong negative forms of norms. So strong negative form of norms. Okay? And this is strictly prohibited to be violated. Yan. So talagang bawal na ma-violate itong tinatawag nating taboos. Okay? So for example dito yung mga incest, ayan, or what we call, halimbawa yung sa Muslim, yung bawal kumain ng mga karne ng baboy, ayan. So this is strictly prohibited to be violated. Number 4 is yung tinatawag natin laws. Dito na papasok yung formal bodies of rule. Okay? Kasi nakalagay na siya doon sa tinatawag natin law. Okay? Ayan. So, ganyan i-define yung deviance in terms of relative, normative, and reactivist. Okay? So, when we say relative, ang deviance daw ay maaari natin i-define in terms of time, place, depende sa time, place, culture, expression, or context. When sa normative naman, it is a violation of terms. Sa reactivist, ay depende dun sa negative reactions from the audiences. Okay? And under this reactivists, papasok dyan yung tinatawag nating labeling theory. So sa labeling theory, so labels given to people. Ayan, so nagkakaroon ng pag-label ng mga tao doon sa nakagawa ng deviance. And mamaya mas mapapalalim pa natin yung discussion about this labeling theory. Okay? So dito sa reactivists, nandyan din yung sanctions. Tinatawag nating negative. Meron tayong 2 types, the negative and the positive sanctions. So when we say negative, this is more on punishment or the negative reactions for disapproved behavior. And the positive, when we say positive, this is more on reward. For positive reaction, this is a positive reactions for approved behavior naman. Okay, so that's the types of sanctions. So sa negative sanction, pwede dito pumasok yung mga criticism, fines, imprisonment, kasi more on punishment siya. Dun sa positive naman, it includes awards, promotions, or what we call pag-increase ng mga allowances. Ayan. Kasi more on rewards and more on the positive reactions sa approved behavior. Okay? And dito rin ay papasok yung tinatawag nating imprisonment. Yan. So this is excluded to live among law-abiding people. So ini-exclude yung mga nakagawa ng mga deviant behavior for for those who are law-abiding people. Okay? So, okay. So, beside dito sa tatlong ito, from the relative, normative, and reactivist, so meron pang ilang definition ang ating deviance. Based naman sa objectivist and subjectivist. Okay? So, let's differentiate sa kung ano ang sinasabi ng objectivist and the subjectivist. So, sinasabi ni objectivist, ang deviant daw is a norm violation. Okay? So, almost same doon sa sinasabi ng normative. Ano? And sa subjectivist naman, it is a social definition. So, depende doon sa society o doon sa mga tao kung paano nila i-define si deviance. Okay? So, sinasabi ni objectivist, ang mga deviant daw ay mayroong certain characteristics. Okay? So that are observable, measurable, ayan, through indicators such as yung mga perceived harmfulness of act, ayan, at saka nagkakaroon din siya ng negative reaction that comes from certain act and violence itself. At sa subjectivist naman, so hindi sila naniniwala na mayroong certain characteristic ang isang deviant. Okay? So they does not believe that deviance has certain characteristics. So ito daw ay a matter, ito ang deviant daw is a matter of perception. Okay, so it is a matter of perception and interpretation. Kung paano ini-interpret ng mga tao sa paligid, yung deviant. And this is defining, nade-define daw siya through social interaction. Okay? So yan yung pagkakaiba ni objectivist and subjectivist. Kung paano nila dinedefine si deviance. Okay? So there are kinds of deviation. So tingnan natin ano-ano ba yung mga iba't ibang uri ng deviation. So tingnan muna natin yung dalawa, yung tinatawag nating approve and disapprove. Okay? The approve and disapprove deviation. So doon sa tinatawag nating approve, so ito yung mga gumagawa ng mga deviant act who do not like the prevalent norms and laws. And usually they consider their right to violate. Kino-consider nila na meron silang right to violate such norms and laws. And even express their violation through their words and acts. Okay? So maaaring express nila through their words and acts. Usually yung mga approved, they don't hide from others. And they usually instigate others to imitate them. These are usually called the revolutionary. Ayan. Revolutionary people, which is somehow approved in different societies. When we say approved naman, they usually violate the existing patterns and rules of the society for their personal benefits. So sa disapprove, usually they violate yung mga rules, mga existing patterns na meron sa isang society para makagain sila for their personal benefits. Usually naman, pag sinabi natin approve, hindi lang nila gusto yung mga nag-exist na mga norms and they usually consider to violate those norms and laws, and naipapakita nila ito sa pamagitan ng words, through actions, and usually ay ito nga yung mga revolutionary people, kumbaga parang when we say approve, ito yung mga nag-aalma na about dun sa mga existing norms and laws na meron tayo sa ating society. Kaya tinawag silang mga revolutionary people. Okay? So another type ng ating deviation or kinds of deviation, we have also the relative and the absolute. Okay? So kanina nasabi na natin yung relative, depende, nagkakaroon daw ng deviance, depende sa time, sa place, sa culture, and depende sa situation or depende sa context. Sa absolute naman, they usually views right and wrong. Are firmly fixed. Kaya tinawag siya na absolute. There are absolute right or wrong. Deviant is always deviance. Naniniwala sila. Deviance is always deviance. Regardless daw sa time, place, and motivation. Unlike dun sa relative, ang deviance daw ay nakadepende sa time, place, culture, situation, or context. Dito naman, deviance is always deviance, regardless ng time, place, and motivation. The evilness of an act is in the nature of the act itself. Okay? So, example ng absolute, ayan, yung abortion. Ayan, abortion is always evil. Masturbation. And masturbation is evil in its a moral sin. Okay? So that's are the kinds of deviation. Ayan. At meron din tayong tinatawag na types of deviance. So unahin natin the positive and the negative deviance. So when we say positive, this is something to do with the overconformity. Sa negative naman, kabaligtaran sa underconformity. So magkaroon tayo ng ilang mga halimbawa. When we say positive deviance, papasok dito yung mga genius, ayan, perfect student, ayan, yung mga anorexic, and those bodybuilder. Ayan. So kung titingnan natin, overconform, nag-overconform na sila doon sa kung ano yung nararapat. So tulad niyang mga genius, perfect student, anorexic, and bodybuilder. When we say negative naman, underconformity naman. Okay? So they fail to meet the norms. Dito naman sa positive, masyado naman silang umover dun sa inaasahang norms dun sa ating society. So dito sa negative, they fail to meet the norms, and usually ang example nito, ayan, obesity. And kabaligtaran ng perfect student, always absent in school or in class. Okay? So that's the positive and the negative type of deviance. So, bukod dito sa positive and negative, meron din tayong tinatawag na primary and the secondary deviance. So, when we say primary deviance, this is singular act pa lang. Ano yung nagagawa? Okay? Or it is an individual acts that violate norms, or this is an initial act. When we say secondary, this is breaking the social norms as a lifestyle. Kumbaga, nakagawian na or identity. Okay. So when we say primary, ito ay hindi rin sa publicly labeled or not publicly labeled. Without knowing that he is against the norm. Samantalang ang secondary, they are labeled publicly. So let's have an example. So sa primary, sinasabi nga, singular individual acts that violate norms and usually refers to initial act. So for example, isang student na merong isolated case. So first time lang ginawa niya. Nagnakaw siya ng pera sa kanyang classmate. So kung single act pa lang yan, initial act pa lang nang ginawa yan, so it pertains to primary deviance. Okay? At magiging secondary deviance lang siya kung naging paulit-ulit na yung ginagawa niyang pagnanakaw sa kanyang classmate. So kumbaga, naging na siyang lifestyle o naging na niyang identity na siya ay isa talagang magnanakaw. And usually sa secondary deviance, nagkakaroon na ng pag-label ng public. So another example for the primary, ito yung mga isolated cases ng stealing, littering, vandalism, cheating. Samantalang sa secondary ay ilan pa sa mga halimbawa, yung mga drug addict, the murderer, etc. Okay? Another type of deviance ay yung tinatawag nating the formal deviance and the informal deviance. Okay. So when we say formal, individual goes against the established laws of society. Okay. So sumuway siya dun sa batas na meron ng ating society. Samantalang ang informal, individual goes against the general trend of society. Okay. So general trend naman yung hindi niya sinusunod. And usually the behavior is not constituted as an illegal act. So hindi siya may tuturing na isang illegal act. Okay? So kung sa formal, ang sinuway ay laws ng ating society, dito naman sa informal, usually the general trends of society. And hindi siya tinuturing na illegal act. So ang isa sa mga example ng mga formal, ayan, yung mga criminal. So sa informal naman, ang pwede nating example, for example, kakaiba, yung iyong hairstyle, or having an odd hairstyle to look different. So, kumbaga hindi ka sumunod o nag-against ka dun sa general trend of the society. And these are not constituted as an illegal act. Okay? So that's the formal and informal deviance. Okay? And there are also other kinds pa ng deviance. So meron din tayong tinatawag na pure deviance. So when we say pure deviance, this is both objective rule breaking and also perceived by others as deviant. Okay? And example nito, yung mga criminal pa rin. Okay? Number 2, yung tinatawag naman nating secret deviance. So from the word secret, so merong naka-hide siya or naka-hidden that nobody sees, nobody seems to do anything about it. Okay? So when we say secret deviance, activity is against the rules. But it can be so well hidden. And so nakatago kasi nga secret, and that nobody sees it of sin. Nobody seems to do anything about it. And some example of this are the tinatawag natin the victimless crime. Okay. So when we say victimless crime, walang biktima. Kumbaga mismong sarili nila ang victim or the biktima. Okay, ang example nito yung abortion, drug addiction, and prostitution. Okay. Usually, nangyayari ang secret deviance, usually sa mga organized crime. So deviance committed or controlled by the powerful or the leaders. Usually yung mga organized crime. Ayan. Number 3 ay yung tinatawag nating falsely accused deviant. So when we say falsely accused deviants, there are instances where is no objective rule breaking, but the behavior is perceived by others as deviant. So no objective rule breaking. Pero yung behavior is perceived by others as deviant. Okay? And this receives negative reaction of others, not because it is strictly illegal. And so nagkakaroon ng negative reactions. May negative reactions from the others. Not because it is strictly illegal, but because it is different. So kumbaga nagkakaroon ng negative reaction dahil hindi naman siya illegal, pero siya ay kakaiba. Okay? At and those who engage in it lack the power to resist a stigmatizing deviant label. Okay? Usually ito yung mga powerless. Okay? An example of this yung mga commune dwellers. Ayan. So wala silang power, and maaaring tingnan natin sila, hindi naman sila illegal, pero tinitingnan natin siyang kakaiba. Okay? So those are the falsely accused deviants. And last, yung ating tinatawag na career deviants. So from the word career, kinakarir nila yung pagiging deviant. So this is any professional choice that defies social norms. For example, yung mga mga sex workers. Okay? The hackers, strippers, and drug dealers. So kumbaga parang naging professional nila yung paggawa ng deviance. Ayan. So from the word career, kinakareer nila yung pagiging deviant. Okay? So yan yung ating ilan sa mga types of deviants na maaari natin magamit. Ayan. In identifying what types of deviants yung pinapakita ng ating mga dalayan. Okay? So mahalaga din ma-discuss natin yung tinatawag na social control. So ano ba pag sinabi natin social control? Okay? This is the study of mechanisms in the form of pattern of pressure through which society maintains social order and cohesion. Okay, so study of mechanism. This is in the form of patterns of pressure through which society maintains social order and cohesion. So kumbaga ito yung nagko-control dun sa ating society para hindi magkaroon ng deviance. And usually related ang social control sa pagkakaroon ng social order and social cohesion. These are the means, ito na yung means by which society can influence people's behavior to conform to expectations. Ito yung ginagamit nating way para mag-conform yung mga tao doon sa inaasahan o doon sa ating expected behavior. Okay? And there are also mechanisms in social control. Okay, so tingnan natin ano ba yung mga mechanisms in social control. So there are two, yung tinatawag nating internal and the external mechanism. So when we say internal, this is part of the socialization process. So the individual internalize society's expectation. When we say naman external, this is externally imposed by others. This is in the form of rewards and punishment. That is what we call sanctions. So social control, internal, sinasabi natin, it is a part of socialization process. So kumbaga nagkakaroon ka ng internalization sa iyong sarili, regarding doon sa kung ano yung ine-expect ng society. When we say naman external, ito ay ine-impose ng iba. Pwedeng sa pamaraan ng sanctions, either rewards and punishment. So sa pamamagitan nito, makokontrol natin kung ano yung ipapakitang behavior ng isang tao by imposing sanctions, rewards, and punishment. Okay? So there are types of social control. Tingnan din natin kung ano ba yung mga types of social control. So tingnan natin yung direct and the indirect type of social control. The direct and indirect. Okay. So when we say direct, this is exercise upon the individual by the reactions of the living in proximity. So this is more on the reactions of the people living in proximity. So for example, yung magulang natin, our colleagues, the neighbors, diyan papasok yung direct social control. Sila yung nagko-control sa atin. Yung mga taong nasa paligid natin. And that's what we call direct social control. And when we say indirect social control, these are factors na separated naman. Separated from him or her. Yan. So, from the word indirect, hindi siya direct na nakakapag-control sa atin. So, unlike dun sa direct, this pertains to the people that surrounds us. Yun nga, yung parents, colleagues, neighbors. Dito naman sa indirect, pwedeng pumasok dito yung mga secondary groups na walang direct control sa atin. For example, pwede dito yung mga traditions, institutions, customs, rationalized behavior, and the changes in situations and social mechanism. So, pag sinabi naman natin direct, ang pwedeng example dito yung mga criticism ng ating parents, pwede rin yung praise, suggestions, and persuasion. Okay? And other types ay yung tinatawag nating the formal and informal. So when we say formal, these are specifically designed for control. Yan. And include government, law, police, army, jail, penal code, and etc. Okay? So, specifically designed for control. At dyan papasok yung mga laws. Ayan. Police, army, jail. While the informal, these methods developed by themselves according to the needs of society. Ayan. So nade-develop siya according to the need of the society. Yan. Dito papasok yung mga natalakay nating mga norms, yung mores, traditions, customs, and social ideals. That's the informal social control. Okay? So, nabanggit natin kanina, ang social control ay mayroong kinalaman sa pagkakaroon ng social order. So, once may social control, ma-maintain natin yung social order sa ating society. So, sinasabi nga, there are close affinity between social control and social order. Okay? This is the conditions of existence of a society that every society intrinsically has a degree of organization and thus a social order. So, kumbaga, mayroong degree of organization. So, organize, maayos, from the word social order. Okay? At magkakaroon ng social order kung may impose natin yung pagkakaroon ng social control. Okay? So, using the different types ng ating social control na tinalakay kanina. Okay? So that's the social control and the social order. So ngayon, talakayin naman natin yung mga theories. theories of deviance. Okay? There are theories of deviance na makakatulong din sa atin para ma-assess si client. Una, tingnan natin yung biological. Meron din tayong tinatawag na psychological theories. So biological muna ang unahin natin. So there are 4. Ayan. So according to Cesar Lombroso. So sinasabi ni Cesar Lombroso, criminals are evolutionary throwbacks to more ape-like being. Ayan. So inassociate niya yung ang deviant daw ay or criminals are evolutionary. Ayan. Evolutionary throwbacks to a more ape-like being. Samantalang, ang sinasabi naman ni E.A. Houghton, so ayan. So usually, sinuggest ni E.A. Houghton that criminals were born inferior. So inferior daw ang mga criminals. Okay? Si William Sheldon naman, William Sheldon. So he identified 3 body types, and these are the ectomorph, the mesomorph, and the endomorph. And usually, sinasabi niya, na ang mga delinquents daw o yung mga criminal ay usually itong mga mesomorph. Mesomorph. Okay? So pag sinabi nating mesomorph, ito yung mga muscular body type. Yung mga bodybuilder. Ayan. When we say endomorph naman, ito yung medyo mga matataba. Ayan. Ang ectomorph naman yung mga payat. Ayan. At inassociate niya na ang usual daw ang mga nagiging criminal ay yung mga mesomorph na body types. O yung mga muscular body types. Okay? And meron din tayong tinatawag na XYY chromosome theory. Okay? So sinasabi naman dito, usually daw ang ina-attribute nila ang criminality to an extra Y. So an extra chromosome in some males. So usually males daw ang nagiging mga nagko-commit na mga criminal act according to XYY chromosome. Okay? So yun yung mga pagkakaiba o mga theory under biological. Okay? So under psychological naman, meron tayong 3. Yung this is natalakay na natin, psychoanalytic, the behavioral, and the rational choice theory. Okay. So psychoanalytic, so ito nga yung kay Simon Freud, suggested that much deviance result from the inability, inability of the ego. Kung nagkakaroon daw ng deviance, kung nagkakaroon na ang inability, ang ego and superego to control the urges of the ego. So, di ba, ang ating ego is working on the reality principle, the superego on the moral principle, and the id is on the pleasure principle. Okay? Under behavioral naman, people respond to stimuli and seek to maximize rewards and punishment. So, di ba, under behavioral, so papasok dyan yung mga punishment and rewards. Ano? And the usual, people usually respond to stimuli and they seek to maximize the rewards and the punishment. Sa rational naman, choice theory, so they suggest that people act rationally on the basis of perceived consequence. So they emphasize also the rewards and punishment, but suggest that people act rationally on the basis of perceived consequences. Okay? And ngayon, talakayin din natin yung ilan pa sa mga mahalagang theory na under din dito sa ating theories of deviant. Okay? So, nandyan yung tinatawag nating functionalism. And the conflict theory, and then the symbolic interactionism. So, unahin natin yung sa functionalism. Okay? So, dito sinasabi, sa functionalism, that society is composed, composed of different parts that functions or works together. To contribute to the whole. So para din siyang system theory, kung saan nagpapangsyon ang bawat system para together para makapag-contribute to the whole. Okay? And usually ito ay pre-post ni Emil Durkheim. Ayan. Sinasabi ni Emil Durkheim, ang deviance daw ay key component in functioning and has a vital role in our society. So meron din maganda daw na idudulot ang ating deviance. When it comes to functioning of the society, and as well as meron siyang vital role na ginagampanan sa ating society. And according to Emil Durkheim, may define din siyang tinatawag na anomie. Okay? Or what we call the normlessness. Okay? At nagkakaroon daw ng deviance kung merong anomie. Okay? O nawawala yung kung merong normlessness. Okay? So deviance is due to their feelings of anomie. Okay? So under functionalism, meron tayong tatlong theory under functionalism. And the first one ay yung tinatawag nating the social strain theory ni Robert Merton. Okay? Nandyan din po yung tinatawag nating social disorganization theory. And the last one ay yung tinatawag nating cultural deviance theory. Okay. So, unahin natin yung kay social strain theory kay Robert Merton. Okay? So, dito, Sinasabi nga, nag-a-arise daw si deviance from the lack of ways to reach the socially accepted goals by accepted methods. So sinasabi ni Robert Merton, nagkakaroon ng deviance kapag nagkakaroon ng lack of ways para ma-reach natin yung socially accepted goals by accepted methods. At meron siyang tinatawag na cultural goals. Ayan. And the institutionalized means. When we say cultural goals, it refers to the objectives held as legitimate or desirable for a member of society to achieve. So, when we say cultural goals, ano po? Ito yung ating objectives. Ito yung pinakang goal natin na gusto nating ma-achieve. At ma-achieve daw natin tong cultural goals, ano po? Sa pamagitan nitong tinatawag nating institutionalized means, which is the approved ways. Ito yung approved ways in reaching the set of cultural goals. Okay? Ayan. At nangyayari ang deviance kapag nagkaroon ng tinatawag nating strain. Okay? So, or yung tinatawag nating gap or lack. Ayan, kapag nagkaroon ng gap, lack, or discrepancies, or what we call the strain between the cultural goals and institutionalized means. And in response dun sa strain na tinatawag natin, usually people adapt using the 5 modes of adaptation. Yan. So merong mga pre-propose si Robert Merton na 5 ways on how to adapt. So that's what we call conformity, innovation, ritualism, retreatism, and the last one, yung tinatawag nating rebellion. Okay? So let's differentiate yung ating 5 modes of adaptation according to Robert Merton. Okay? So mag-insert po ako ng table. Okay? So lagay natin sa una, mode of adaptation. The cultural goals, the institutionalized means, and remarks. So, ayan. So, unahin natin si conformity. Okay? When we say conformity, you are conforming kung ano yung inaasahan or ina-expect sa'yo. So, when we say conformity, you accept the cultural goals. Also, you accept the institutionalized means. And usually, ito ay majority o common sa atin. Itong conformity. So, let's have an example. For example, ang cultural goals mo o yung goals mo ay makapasa sa board exam. Ayan. So, ang iyong means para makapasa dun sa board exam, anong gagawin mo? Siyempre, mag-aaral ka ng mabuti. And that's the approved ways para makamit natin yung pagpasa nyo sa board exam. So, in-accept mo yung goal, in-accept mo yung approved ways or the institutional means. So, that's what we call conformity. Okay? Another one, what we call innovation. Okay? Dito naman sa innovation, ina-accept mo naman si cultural goals. Pero, nire-reject mo si institutionalized means. And dito na papasok yung pagkakaroon ng deviance o ng crime. Okay? For example, ayan, so balik tayo dun sa halimbawa sa isang student. Ayan. Ang student, syempre, ang goal mo is makapasa. Makapasa sa mga subjects, sa lahat sa eskwelahan, at makakapasa ka kung mag-aaral ka ng mabuti. So, in case dito sa innovation, nire-reject mo naman yung approved ways. Yung mag-aral ka ng mabuti. Kaya ang maaari mong gawin, kasi nireject mo sa institutionalized means. So, for example, para makapasa ka, ang ginawa mo na lang ay nag-cheat ka. Okay, nandaya ka, nangopya ka. Ayan. So, that's what we call innovation. Kasi hindi mo ginawa yung approved ways on how to reach the cultural goals. Okay? Next, yung tinatawag nating ritualism. Okay? Sa ritualism naman, nire-reject mo naman yung goal. Okay? Pero, ina-accept mo yung institutionalized means. And usually, it pertains to hard work. Okay? So, for example, ikaw ay isang empleyado. Empleyado ka, na hindi mo na nagugustuhan yung mga patakaran sa inyong pinapasukan trabaho. Ayan. So, ang ginagawa mo na lang everyday, wala kang choice, pumasok ka na lang pumasok. So, you do the approved ways, on how to reach the goals. So, pumasok ng pumasok, ayan. Pero, hindi ka na masaya kung hindi ka na masaya dun sa mga patakaran doon sa iyong pinapasukan na trabaho. So, you reject the goals, pero patuloy mo pa rin siyang ginagawa. Okay? Another example, halimbawa na lang din sa pagboto. Ayan. So, for example, sumasawa ka na umay ka na doon sa mga paraan ng pagpapatakbo ng ating ekonomiya. So, you reject the goals. And wala kang choice kundi bumoto pa rin. Bumoto pa rin kahit hindi ka na nasisiyahan doon sa ginagawang pagpapatakbo ng ating ekonomiya ng mga nakaupong mga politiko. Okay, so that's what we call ritualism. Para nagiging ritual mo na lang yung paggawa ng isang bagay. Okay? And next one is the retreatism. Okay? So, sa retreatism, nire-reject mo na both ang ating cultural goals and institutionalized means. So, usually, dito na yung time na ikaw ay nag-give up na. Okay? So, for example, an alcoholic, so yung lulong na sa alak. Ayan. Pwede, nag-end up na lang siya sa pagiging homeless. Okay? O pinabayaan niya na yung kanyang sarili. So that's what we call retreatism. So wala na siyang goals at hindi niya rin ginawa yung approved ways on how to reach his or her goals. Okay? Sa rebellion naman, dito papasok yung pagkakaroon ng new goals and new means. Yan. So bago na, magkakaroon ka ng new goals and new means. So that's what we call alternative. Nagkahanap ka ng alternatibo, which is hindi rin katanggap-tanggap sa ating lipunan. Ayan. Kasama kasi dito, halimbawa, yung mga NPA, mga terorista. Ayan. So, yung goals hindi na sa akma at yung means ay hindi na rin akma. So kaya ay tinawag na rebellion or alternative way on how to reach goals and how to reach goals, yun nga, yung ating institutionalized. Okay, so yan yung ating 5 modes of adaptation, yung ating conformity, innovation, ritualism, rhetoricism, and the rebellion. Okay? So let's proceed doon sa social disorganization theory. Okay. So sinasabi naman sa social disorganization theory, so nag-a-arise naman ang deviance kapag weak ang social ties. Yan. So nagkakaroon ng deviance kapag weak ang social ties. Ayan. At lack of social control. And loss of ability to enforce norms of some groups. Yeah. So yun basically ang sinasabi ni social disorganization theory, kung disorganized ang society. Weak ang social ties, walang social control, and walang ability to enforce norms, ay maaring magkaroon ng disorganization. Okay? So from the lack of social control, nawawala ng regulation doon sa part ng society. Pag sinabi naman nating weak social ties, weak yung bond, yung attachment, and the relationship between the institution na meron ang society or community. And usually, so dito nagkakaroon ng breakdown ng order of system. Order system. Yan. And usually, it was caused by the following. Ayan. So una, yung poverty. Ayan. So nagkakaroon ng disorganized due to poverty. So yung insufficiency ng mga resources na meron sa isang society. And other cause is the residential mobility. Ayan. So yung madalas na pag-move in, pag-move out, and frequent changes sa residency ng mga tao. And the ethnic heterogeneity. Okay? So dito papasok yung pagkakaroon natin ng mga diverse community. Ayan. At pagkakaroon ng mga existing na iba't ibang grupo sa ating society. Okay? So ang tatandaan natin sa social disorganization theory, so nagkakaroon ng disorganized society kapag weak ang social ties, lack of social control, walang ability to enforce norms, at yun nga, magkakos siya ng breakdown ng ordered system. And usually caused by poverty, residential mobility, and ethnic heterogeneity. Okay? So, dito naman sa cultural deviance theory, sinasabi, ang deviance ay nag-a-arise from conformity to the cultural norms of the lower class of society. So, kumbaga, nagkakaroon daw ng deviance kung tayo ay nag-conform dun sa cultural norms ng mga nasa lower class of society. They saw the lower working class socialized into deviant subcultural values called the focal concerns. Ayan. So, ang tatandaan lang natin, dito sa cultural deviance theory, so once tayo ay nag-conform dun sa mga culture na ipinapakita ng mga nasa lower class, dun daw mag-a-arise. Yung tinatawag nating deviance. Okay? So, yan yung ating tatlo under the functionalism. So, the social strength theory, the social disorganization theory, and the cultural deviance theory. Okay? So basically, ang tatandaan natin kay social strain theory, nagkakaroon ng deviance kapag hindi natin nasusunod yung approved ways on how to reach the cultural goals. Ayan. Or the accepted methods na para makamit natin yung cultural goals. And there are 5 types of adaptation, yung conformity, innovation, ritualism, deteriorism, and rebellion. Sa social disorganization naman, ang pinaka-main idea ay nagkakaroon ng disorganization kapag weak ang social ties, walang social control, and the ability to enforce norms. Okay? At doon mag-uumpisa ang breakdown ng society. Sa cultural deviance naman, magkakaroon ng deviance kapag nag-conform tayo dun sa mga cultural norms ng mga lower classes in our society. Okay? Next theory ay yung tinatawag nating conflict theory. Okay? So dito naman, sinasabi, usually daw ang society ay composed of 2 groups. Ayan. That are continuously competing. So nagkakaroon ng competition in continuously scarce resources. Ayan. So when we say conflict, nabanggit na rin naman natin to kanina, so there are 2 competing groups for scarce resources. Ayan. And under conflict theory, meron tayong tinatawag na unequal system. And number 2 ay yung tinatawag nating the power elite. Okay? So, unahin natin yung unequal system. So, ito ay pinopose po ni Karl Marx. So, nagkakaroon daw naman ng deviance, sinasabi dito sa unequal systems, kung nagkakaroon ng inequalities in wealth and power that arise from economic system. Kung hindi equal ang wealth and power, doon mag-arise ang pagkakaroon ng deviance. And ginamit ni Karl Marx yung general population na usually nagkakaroon ng competition sa isa't isa, or the 2 groups, yung tinatawag natin the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Okay? Bourgeoisie. And number 2 is the proletariat. Okay, so when we say bourgeoisie, this refers to the capitalists. So ito yung mga kapitalista, or what we call the haves. Usually ito yung mga oppressors. And when we say proletariat, this pertains to the workers or the have-nots. And they are the oppressed. And usually, ang sinasabi dito, ang proletariat ang usually nag-engage dun sa mga deviant behavior rather than dito sa mga bourgeoisie. So yung mga nasa mabababang level ang gumagawa daw ng deviant. Ayan. So yan yung ine-explain about dito sa unequal system. So unfair para dun sa mga proletariat or the have-nots. Kasi sila yung usually tinatag na gumagawa ng mga deviant acts. Okay? The next one under conflict theory is the power elite. Okay? So sinasabi naman dito sa power elite, nagkakaroon daw ng deviance o nag-arise ang deviance from the ability of those in power Ayan, yung mga nasa posisyon, yung may mga kapangyarihan to define deviance in ways that maintain the status quo. Okay? So, depende doon sa mga nasa posisyon o yung may mga kapangyarihan, sila mismo ang nagde-define ano kung sino yung deviance, kung ano yung deviance, etc. Okay? So, under conflict theory, there are two, the unequal system and the power elite. Okay? And lastly, yung ating tinatawag na symbolic interactionism, which is nabigyan na natin ng pahapyaw kanina doon sa other perspectives. Okay? So, nag-a-arise daw ang deviance as a result of social labeling. Ayan na. So, yung tinatawag nating the labeling theory. Okay? So kung paano nile-label ng mga tao yung mga gumawa ng deviant acts, okay? At dyan nga papasok yung tinatawag nating the labeling theory. Okay? And meron din tayong tinatawag na differential association theory. At nandyan din po yung tinatawag nating social control theory. Okay? So, unahin natin yung labeling theory. So, ang proponent ng labeling theory ay si George Herbert Mead. Okay? Sinasabi dito sa labeling theory, nag-a-arise daw ang deviance mula doon sa reactions. Reactions from others. Particularly those in power who can determine labels. Yan. So nakadepende sa tao, depende dun sa reaction ng tao. And dyan papasok yung tinatawag natin primary and secondary deviance na natakal natin kanina. So when we say primary deviance, this is only a singular act, initial act, And pag sinabi natin secondary, kapag naging lifestyle na niya yung paggawa ng deviance o paulit-ulit na. Okay? And papasok din yung pagkakaroon na ng stigma. Okay? So this is the powerfully negative label. Yan. So powerfully negative label na merong that greatly changes person's self-concept. So naapektuhan na yung self-concept and as well as yung social identity ng isang tao. Okay? Once na si ay na-stigmatize na. Okay? And usually, yung mga nakakaranas ng stigma, they may also engage dun sa tinatawag nating retrospective labeling and projective labeling. So when we say retrospective labeling, so this is interpreting someone's past in light of some present deviance. So kumbaga, binabalikan natin yung past ng isang tao at i-connect natin siya dun sa present deviance na kanyang ginawa. And when we say projective labeling naman, so this used to identify, to predict future action. So tinitingnan naman natin yung mga future na pwede mangyari o future action na pwede mangyari. Okay, so yun yung pagkakaiba ng retrospective and the projective labeling. Okay? So ang tatandaan nyo sa labeling theory, so yung tao ang nagde-define ng deviant. It is based on the reactions. And usually ang gumagawa nito ay particularly yung mga nasa those in power and who can determine labels. Okay? Differential association theory, under pa rin ang symbolic interactionism. So, ang proponent po natin dito si Edwin Sutherland. Okay? So, nagkakaroon daw naman ng deviance according to differential association theory from learning and modeling. Yan. So, dito na, learning and modeling papasok. Modeling deviant behavior seen in other people close to the individual. Yan. So, kumbaga, nagkakaroon tayo, ginagaya natin, pag na-learn natin, ayan, i-model natin yung nakita natin deviant behavior, especially kung ito ay galing doon sa mga close individual natin o close sa atin. Okay? And there are 3 characteristics kung paano natin mamomodel o magagaya o ma-acquire yung deviant behavior na meron sa isang tao. Okay? So it depends daw doon sa length of exposure. Ayan, kung medyo matagal yung length of exposure mo doon sa isang tao, so maaring ma-acquire mo nga yung deviant behavior or deviant acts na kanyang ginagawa. Okay? Models. Okay? So, usually, yun nga, namomodel natin yung yung deviant behavior o deviant acts mostly doon sa mga ang gumagawa ay yung mga malalapit sa atin o yung mga loved ones natin o yung close sa atin. O they try to model, halimbawa yung ating parents, ayan, kapatid, at ilang mga significant others. And depende rin sa age. So usually, pagdating sa age, usually ang bata, more on imitation talaga kasi, kaya mas madali silang makaka-acquire ng mga negative or deviant behaviors sa mga nakikita nila sa kanilang significant others. Okay, so from the differential association theory, so ang ating key term dito ay depende doon sa mga nakakasalumuhan natin at maaari nating ma-acquire, magaya, ma-model yung mga ginagawa nilang deviant behavior. Depende sa length of exposure, kung sino yung nagmo-model, yung by significant others, malapit sa atin, etc. And depende rin doon sa age. Okay. And the last one, ayan, yung ating tinatawag na social control theory. Okay, social control theory. So dito naman sinasabi sa social control theory ni Travis Hershey, ayan. Nag-a-arise daw naman ang deviance, from feelings. Ayan. Of disconnection. So nagkakaroon ng disconnection from society. Ayan. So maaring magkaroon daw ng deviance kung na-disconnect ka doon sa ating society. And there are 4 elements, 4 elements or social factors to this social type. So kung nawala tayo, kung na-disconnect tayo dito sa social band, so maaari daw tayong makagawa ng deviant acts. At ang mga social bonds na ito ay yung tinatawag nating attachment, commitment, commitment, and belief. And the last one, yung tinatawag nating involvement. Okay. So kung nawala tayo sa connection dito sa apat na ito, ano po, ay maaring makagawa daw ng deviant. Okay, so when we say attachment, this is more on emotional attachment na meron tayo sa ibang tao or the intimate communication. For example, sa ating parents, sa teacher, ayan. Okay, and then the commitment naman, this is more on, this pertains to the higher educational and occupational aspirations. So dito napapasok yung aspirations natin. For example, yung ating future, career, success, personal goals. And then the belief naman, pag sinabi natin belief, this is more on acknowledging the moral authority of laws and rules. Okay? And sinasabi na people with strong moral belief in the law are less likely to engage in criminal activity. Okay? And the fourth one ay yung ating involvement. When we say involvement, this is less likely to be involved in criminal activity when nag-i-involve daw ang isang tao sa mga sports, school activities, homework, recreational pursuit. Ayan. So, once na tayo ma-disconnect dito sa apat na ito, pwede daw tayong magkaroon ng deviant acts. Kaya dapat ma-maintain daw natin itong attachment, commitment, belief, and involvement. Okay? So, yan po, yung ating under symbolic interactionism, the labeling theory, differential association theory, and the social control theory. Okay? So, tingnan natin ang ilang pang perspective or the other perspectives in deviance. Okay? So, under other perspective, nandiyan yung ating feminist perspective. So, usually, pag sinabi natin feminist, is usually focuses on way, gender, inequality, influences the opportunities to commit crime. Yan. So once daw nagkakaroon ng gender inequality, maaari daw magkaroon ng opportunity para mas lalong mag-commit ng crime. Ayan. So when we say feminism, so this is a doctrine advocating social, political, and economic rights for women. So meron silang pinaglalaban pag sinabing feminism. Yung karapatan ng mga kababaihan ay kailangan daw ay equal doon sa mga kalalakihan. And nagkakaroon ng movement para ma-attain yung mga karapatan ng mga kababaihan. So sinasabi lang dito sa feminist perspectives, once na nagkaroon ng gender inequality, the more na magkakaroon ng deviant acts or the possibility na mag-commit ng crime. Okay? And tingnan din natin under this perspective yung diversity of feminism. So meron kasing iba't ibang uri ng feminism. So una, nandyan yung liberal feminism. So when we say liberal feminism, this holds that women should have opportunity and equal rights equal to those of men. Ayan. So, pinaglalaban nila yung equal rights pagdating sa lalaki at babae. Okay? So, more on ayaw nila na magkaroon ng gender discrimination. Okay? And then cultural feminism. So when we say cultural feminism, sinasabi nila na meron daw special unique qualities na maaaring makapag-differentiate ng women, differentiate women from men. So basically, yan ang sinasabi ng ating cultural feminism. Okay? And then, meron din tayong the Marxist or the socialist feminism. Focusing naman ito more on sa capitalism. Ayan. So, they views oppression of women downgraded and devalued by a capitalistic society. So, kumbaga, minamaliit ng mga kapitalista ang mga kababaihan. So, that's what we call the Marxist or the socialist feminism. Okay? The radical feminism naman, when we say radical feminism, dito ay usually ang pinaka-point of view nila ay yung patriarchy. So, gusto nilang matanggal yung mga paniniwala about sa patriarchy. So, women's liberation requires eradication ng patriarchy and the creation of alternative ways of thinking. And the last one, yung tinatawag nating postmodern feminism. Okay? So, usually, hindi sila nagpo-focus sa social action, but rather, focuses na sila sa academic movement. And that seek to reform thought and research and within colleges and universities. Okay? Okay, so another perspective under dito sa tinatawag nating deviance ay yung tinatawag nating postmodernism. Okay? So dito sinasabi sa postmodernism, it reveals how powerful exert control over the powerless by taking away their free will to think and act as they might choose. Ayan. So, dito pwede natin mapasok yung tinatawag na panopticon structure. At ito yung usually ay nangyayari doon sa mga kulungan. Ayan. So, di ba sa kulungan merong say panopticon structure, merong nakalagay sa gitna na kung saan titingin dun sa lahat ng preso. So, kumbaga inoobserbahan yung mga criminal behavior ng mga nasa kulungan. And sa modern day ngayon, usually ito ay yung aakma doon sa pagkakaroon ng mga CCTV, computer, na kung saan maaari nating ma-observe yung mga behavior or the criminal behavior of an individual. Okay? So sinasabi dito, deviance reveals how the powerful exert control over the powerless by taking away their free will to think and act as they might choose. So, more on inoobserbahan kasi natin dito sa postmodernism, yung mga ginagawa ng isang individual. Kaya sabi nga, deviant reveals how the powerful expert control over the powerless by taking away their free will to think and act as they might choose. Okay? So that's the other perspective under the theory of deviance. Okay? Okay. So pupunta na tayo doon sa tinatawag naman natin mga crimes. So under pa rin to ng deviance. And sa crimes, meron ding mga theory na sinuggest. At ito yung tinatawag nating techniques of neutralization. So dito sa techniques of neutralization, this was proposed by Skies and Matza. Okay? So ginamit nila itong techniques of neutralization doon sa mga juvenile delinquents. Okay? At usually, yung mga juvenile delinquents learn to neutralize. So natututo daw sila na mag-neutralize o magdahilan para ma-absuelto sila dun sa mga ginawa nilang mga deviant acts or crime. And neutralize conventional norms using the following techniques. So may techniques tayo on neutralization. So when we say techniques of neutralization, ay gumagamit tayo ng iba't ibang mga kadahilanan para lamang ma-absuelto tayo doon sa ating ginawang deviant act or crime. Okay? So for the first one, yung ating denial of responsibility. Dinideny mo yung responsibilidad mo na ginawa mo yung isang deviant act or crime. Ayan. So for example, maaaring sabihin mo, nagawa ko lang naman itong pagnanakaw dahil sa peer pressure kasi sabi ng aking barkada, magnakaw daw ako. Okay? So dinideny mo yung responsibility mo. So ipinapasa mo dun sa iyong kabarkada. Okay? The next, yung tinatawag nating denial of injury. So when we say denial of injury naman, idinideny mo naman na nasaktan mo, nakagawa ka ng hindi maganda doon sa isang tao. Okay? For example, maaaring sabihin natin na halimbawa, nagnakaw, sabihin natin na pag sa denial of injury, sasabihin natin, yun namang pagnanakaw ko ay parang humiram lang din naman ako ng pera. So, para daw yung stealing ay equals to borrowing. So, hindi daw naman iyon masama. Okay, so that's what we call denial of injury. Or pwedeng sabihin din natin, hindi naman masakit yung ginawa ko. Pinalo ko lang naman siya at hindi naman siya nasaktan. Okay? And the next, yung tinatawag natin denial of victim. Ayan. So when we say denial of victim, pwedeng sabihin natin na yung kliyente ay hindi naman naka-receive ng injury. For example, ang example dito, halimbawa, nararapat lang naman sa kanya yun kasi masama siyang tao. Kaya deserve niya yun na masaktan siya. Okay? And then, the condemnation of the condemners. Yan. So, kinokondemn mo naman yung mga condemners. For example, bakit ba yung mga pulis, sila nga yung number 1 na magnanakaw. Eh di okay lang na magnakaw ako. Ayan. So, kung sino yung nagko-condemn sa kanila, yun yung kanilang sasabihan. So, for example, yung police, So, sasabihin niya, number 1 naman yung mga kurakot. Ayan. Kaya okay lang na ako ay magnakaw. Okay? And the number 5, appeal to higher loyalties. Okay. So, when we say appeal to higher loyalties, so nagkakaroon ka ng apela dun sa mga higher power than the law. Ayan. So for example, maaaring sabihin mo, nagawa ko lang naman na magnakaw kasi may sakit yung aking nanay. Ginawa ko lang ito para matulungan siya. Okay? So yan daw yung mga techniques of neutralization na in-incorporate ni Skies and Matza dun sa juvenile delinquents na kung saan gumagamit daw ng mga techniques of neutralization para daw ma-absuelto sila dun sa mga ginawa nilang mga crimes and deviance. Okay? So that's techniques of neutralization. Next, meron din tayong other theory under crime pa yung tinatawag nating deterrence theory. Okay? So sa deterrence theory naman, dito na papasok yung fear of punishment. So maaring hindi ka daw gumawa ng isang deviant kasi takot ka na maparusahan. Kasi nandyan yung takot na merong punishment. Okay? So, yun yung sinasabi ni deterrence theory. Okay? Individuals will refrain from deviance because of the fear of punishment. Okay? And there are 3 properties of sanctions that na maaari daw maka-apekto sa likelihood of deviance. Okay? So number 1, yung certainty of punishment. Number 2 ay yung severity of punishment. And then the celerity or swiftness of punishment. So yan daw yung pwede maka-apekto para hindi tayo makagawa ng deviant acts or crime. Yan. Kasi nga nagkakaroon tayo ng fear of punishment. And that was explained by deterrence theory. Okay? So, this time, i-define naman natin, ano ba yung tinatawag na crime? Okay. So, a crime is usually against a person and property. If it's against a person, a property, and usually it classified onto 2. Meron tayong tinatawag na felonies and the misdemeanor. So when we say felonies, this is more on serious crimes. Ayan, mga serious crime papasok dito. Which carry a sentence. Ayan. A year or more. Ayan. Samantalang pag sinabi natin misdemeanors, this is more on less serious crimes that carry a sentence less than a year naman. So yan yung pagkakaiba ng dalawa, the felonies and misdemeanor act. Okay? So and there are types of crimes. So number 1, the violent crime. So when we say violent crime, this includes yung mga murder, robbery. Ayan. So from the word violent, so violente, kaya papasok din yung mga murder, homicide, robbery, etc. Okay? Crimes against property. So when we say crimes against property, ayan. So papasok dyan yung tinatawag nating mga pagnanakaw, ayan, pagnanakaw ng mga gamit, ng mga bagay, etc. Okay? So meron din tayong tinatawag na victimless crime. Ayan. So when we say victimless crime, so there is no victim. Ang mismong victim ay yung sarili mo. Kaya nga sabi natin, ang mga example nito kanina, prostitution, gambling, yung mga illegal drug user. Kasi mismong sarili nila ang biktima. Kaya tinawag siyang victimless crime. Or the offender is only the victim. Okay? Okay? They also consists of actions which are outlaw because they violate moral standards. The number 4 ay meron tayong tinatawag na white collar crime. Yan. So white collar crime. So when we say white collar crime, ang gumagawa na nito ay yung mga matataas ang status. Usually yung mga halimbawa politiko, yan, presidente, etc. Okay? Or pwede dito pumasok yung mga fraud, mga tax evasion, yung pangungurakot, ayan, etc. Okay? And the number 5 ay yung ating organized crime. So when we say organized crime, so this is more on large scale organization. Okay? So ang gumagawa ay sama-sama, ano? So pwede siyang take effect o mangyari doon sa mga large scale organization or sa mga big businesses kung saan marami yung involved, ano? Kaya tinawag siyang organized crime. Okay? Then next, talakayin din natin yung criminal justice system. And usually, ang criminal justice system sa ating bansa, nandyan ang police, the courts, and the prisons. Okay? And prisons ay sinasabi yung prisons daw serve for primary functions or goals. So may functions daw, ano, yung pagkukulong doon sa mga tao. Okay, so number 1 is para magkaroon ng separation of criminals from society. Siyempre, as a form of punishment sa criminal behavior na kanilang ginawa. And for the deterrence of criminal behavior, para hindi na maulit, ano. And number 4 ay yung rehabilitation of criminals. Okay? So basically, yan yung functions and goals kung bakit daw ginagawa natin yung pagkukulong doon sa mga criminal ano, o nakagawa ng criminal behavior. And last, bago tayo mag-lunch, ano, nandyan din yung tinatawag nating punishment and correction. Okay, so dito sa punishment and corrections, this pertains to any action designed to deprive a person of things of value because of some offense. The person is thought to have committed. So nagkakaroon, dinideprive natin yung person ano, sa mga bagay, ano, person of things of value because of some offense. Ayan. So dahil sa kanilang mga ginawang paglabag ano din sa specifically sa mga batas sa law, ano. And tingnan din natin ano ba yung functions ano nung punishment. Okay? So there are functions. Una, for retribution. When we say retribution, the punishment should fit the crime. So kailangan yung punishment daw ay fit doon sa crime. And number 2, for social protection. When we say social protection, this restrict the offenders so they can commit further crimes. So pinoprotektahan natin yung ating society kaya nagkakaroon tayo din ng punishment. And same with prisons, nandiyan din yung rehabilitation. Okay, so dito naman this ang pinakang goal natin sa rehabilitation is to return the offenders to the community para maibalik natin sa community yung offenders as a law-abiding citizens. And the number 4 is yun din, deterrence. Okay? So this reduce criminality of activity dun nga sa pamagitan ng fear of punishment. Kasi takot tayo sa punishment na pwedeng naibigay sa atin kapag tayo ay nag-commit ng mga crimes. Okay? So yan yung ilan sa mga important topics when it comes to social deviation. From the theories, crimes, ayan, and other perspective under social deviation. Okay? So may mga questions po kaya ang ating mga participants? Ayan. So far, okay pa po ba tayo? Okay. So, baka po may mga clarifications, questions. Okay. So, parang wala na po siguro. Ano po? So, kung wala na pong questions, so we will proceed po mamaya at 1 o'clock po para po sa continuation ng ating discussion. So, mamaya mag-move na po tayo sa discussion po ng personality disorder and then the social change and development. Ayan. So, social and group processes. Okay? So yun po, balik po tayo ng 1 o'clock and happy lunch po sa ating lahat. Ayan, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Pwede na po kaya tayo ulit mag-resume sa ating discussion. So, meron pa po ba tayong iniintay or okay na po itong ating mga participants? Okay, so meron na tayong 4. Ano po? So may we hear po kung nandiyan na sila. Si Ma'am Hannah Trisha, Ma'am Evangeline, Ma'am Melanie, Sir or Ma'am Marlex pa ito. Okay. Ayan, pa-react naman po kung kayo ay present na. Mukhang wala pa sila.
Good afternoon mga madam. Parak naman po kung andyan kayo.
Pa-heart react po pag nandyan po kayo. Ayan, si Ma'am Melanie. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon din kay Ma'am Evangeline. Okay? So far, ay nandiyan na naman ang ating mga participants. Sige, so ipagpatuloy na natin yung ating naibang discussion with regards sa ating deviance. Okay? Okay. So ang naiwan na lang natin topic sa deviance ay yung personality disorder. So this time, tatalakayin natin yung different types of personality disorder. Personality disorder. When we say personality disorder, it is a kind of disorder kung saan merong long-term pattern of thoughts and behavior which interferes day-to-day functioning. So maaari maapektuhan yung day-to-day functioning ng isang individual kung meron kang personality disorder. Okay? So there are 4 defining features. Ano ba yung mga features ng isang personality disorders? Okay, so number 1, dito nagkakaroon ng distorted thinking patterns. Number 2, nagkakaroon ng problematic emotional response. And over and under-regulated impulse control. And lastly, there are interpersonal difficulties. So these are the features na maaari natin makita doon sa mga mayroong personality disorders. And there are types ng personality disorders at nahati siya sa 3 clusters based on tinatawag nating DSM-5. So when we say DSM-5, it is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. for mental disorder. Ayan. At according to DSM-5, there are 3 clusters. Pag sinabi nating personality disorder. These are the cluster A, cluster B, and cluster C. Okay? So, at under sa mga cluster na yan, there are 3 types, o may mga classification. Dito sa cluster A ay 3, yung tinatawag nating paranoid. Pangalawa, the schizoid. At pangatlo, yung tinatawag nating schizotypal. Okay? Under cluster B, nandiyan naman yung tinatawag nating anti-social. Number 2 ay histrionic personality disorder, the narcissistic, and number 4, yung tinatawag nating borderline personality disorder. That's under cluster B. Sa cluster C, doon papasok yung tinatawag nating avoidant personality disorder, the dependent, and the OCD or the obsessive compulsive disorder. Okay? So, i-define natin, bigyan natin ng kahulugan yung bawat personality disorder at para ma-distinguish natin ano ba yung kanilang mga characteristics, ano ba yung mga symptoms na kanilang ipinapakita. Okay? So, under cluster A, ito yung tinatawag nating odd and eccentric. Okay? Or usually ito yung mga weird, kung titingnan natin. Sa cluster B naman, dyan papasok yung medyo dramatic and erratic. So they are the wild categories or wild clusters. Sa cluster C, more on sila, anxious sila and fearful. And ito yung mga worried. Ayan, so lagi nag-aalala. Okay? So that's cluster A, B, and C. So let's discuss yung cluster A, which is the odd or eccentric, or what we call the weird. So una dyan, yung tinatawag nating paranoid. So usually, yung mga paranoid, ito yung mga accusatory. Magaling mga mag-akusa, at usually sila ay suspicious, mga mapaghinala, ayan, at distrustful. Hindi sila basta-basta nagtitiwala sa isang tao. Okay? And they react severely if feels they have been lied to. Ayan. So pag parang nalaman nilang sila ipinagsinungalingan, so masyado sila nagre-react. Okay? So from the word paranoid, so sila ay suspicious, distrustful, and as accusatory. Okay? So ito namang tinatawag nating schizoid, usually sila ay mga aloof. Ayan. And they avoid social interaction. Ayan. So hindi sila masyadong nakikipag-interact sa ibang tao. And nandyan din yung feeling of isolation. Ayan. And usually sa mga schizoid, they are not comfortable doon sa mga social, sa relationship. Okay? In relationship. They usually hindi nila gusto yung pagkakaroon ng mga relationship. Hindi sila nag-i-involve din sa mga sexual activity. For example, yung holding hands, ayan. And yung physical contact is less pleasurable para sa kanila. Okay? So ayaw nila ng relasyon. Okay? When we say schizotypal, this is what we call the awkward. Ayan. So itong sa schizotypal, ayaw din nila hindi rin sila comfortable. Hindi rin sila comfortable in a relationship. Okay? Ang kinaibahan nito dito sa schizoid, ang schizotypal kasi ay meron ng mga magical thinking. Yan. Nagkakaroon na siya ng mga magical thinking and may mga superstitious belief na rin. Ayan. And nagkakaroon din ng overconfidence and self-centered speech. Ayan, pagdating sa schizotypal. So unlike sa schizoid, na wala pa siyang mga magical thinking or any superstitious beliefs. Okay? So that's for cluster A. The weird, or the odd eccentric, nandyan yung paranoid, schizoid, and schizotypal. Under cluster B, which is the dramatic or erratic, the wild. So nandyan yung ating antisocial. So when we say antisocial, ito common ay doon sa may mga conduct disorder. Ayan. And they failed to conform dun sa norms. Ayan. So usually, hindi sila nakakaramdam ng remorse or guilt kapag nakagawa sila ng hindi maganda sa kanilang kapwa. And they disregard yung mga moral values. Ayan. And yun nga yung ating norms or the societal norms. They also have poor impulse control. And minsan sila ay aggressive and nagpapakita ng mga unlawful behavior. Okay? So, usually, tinatawag din natin ang mga antisocial as the sociopath. Sociopath or what we call the psychopath. Okay? So, that's the antisocial. When we say naman histrionic, ayan. So, ito yung mga kulang sa pansin or lagi silang nagpapapansin. So, nandyan yung attention seeking and usually sila ay mga manipulative. Ayan. So, magaling magmanipula. And they also, in terms of relationship, superficial relationship lang yung ipinapakita nila. Okay? So, dito nakakaranas sila ng lots of acquaintances. Ayan. And kokonti lang yung mga talagang yung or sinasabi nating few deep relationship. Kokonti yung mga deep relationship na ini-engage nila. Okay? And usually mga egocentric ang mga histrionic and shallow, masyadong mababaw. And may excessive emotionality din silang ipinapakita. Okay, para manipulate nila at makapag-draw sila ng attention from other people. Okay? So the narcissistic naman, so dito papasok yung tinatawag nating grandiose self-image. So ito yung tipong ako yung magaling, ako lang. So palaging ako nang ako. Okay? And usually, medyo fragile ang kanilang self-esteem. Okay? Self-esteem. They are also vulnerable sa mga criticism. Ayan. So ito yung talagang parang bilib na bilib sa sarili, laging siya ang siya. Okay? Pag sinabi nating narcissistic. Okay? When we say borderline personality disorder, usually, ang mga nasa borderline ay merong unstable moods. Ayan. So, may mga mood swings sila. Ayan. Mamaya ay masaya, sobrang saya, mamaya ay sobrang lungkot naman. And then they usually use the defense mechanism splitting. Ayan. when we say splitting, parang nilalahat natin na ang isang bagay ay masama o ang isang bagay ay mabuti. Okay? And they are terrified. Terrified of abandonment. So parang ayaw nila na sila ay naaabandona, naiiwan. Ay kaya naman may mga bagay na ginagawa sila na mga extreme na bagay para lang hindi ka iwan ng isang tao, etc. Okay? And then, so intense din yung kanilang, intense din sila pagdating sa mga relationship. So minsan, masyadong dramatic and para hindi nga sila iwan ng kanilang mga partner or anumang klaseng relationship. Okay? So that's the borderline personality disorder under cluster B. Okay? So for cluster C, nandiyan naman yung anxious and fearful. So ito yung mga worried. Okay? So pag sinabi nating avoidant, so ito yung mga usually, mga coward, So takot, so lagi silang takot. So ito yung medyo mahiyain, shy, timid, and they have also low self-esteem. Yan. So they want close relationship but rarely takes social risk, avoid social situations. So lahat ng pwede na lang i-avoid, i-avoid nila. So kasi mababa nga yung kanilang self-esteem, parang nauna yung takot na baka mag-fail siya. Ayan. Kaya inaiwasan na lang nila na mag-involve dun sa klase ng relationship o sa iba't ibang klase ng sitwasyon. And they are also hypersensitive. Hypersensitive sa rejection and negative feedback. Ayan. At saka usually sila ay mga withdrawn. Okay? And when we say dependent, ito yung mga clingy ang mga personality. So they have the intense fear na sila ay iwan. Intense fear of separation. Yan. And as well as rejection. So laging gusto nila nakadepende sila and they have difficulty in making decision. So kumbaga, gusto nila mayroong magdedesisyon para sa kanila. So overly depend on clingy relationship and they have also lack of confidence usually. And yun nga, medyo nahihirapan sila sa pag-decide para sa kanilang sarili. And that's the characteristic of dependent personality disorder. And when we say OCD naman, ito yung mga tipo ng mga personality na masyadong, sabihin natin orderliness. Ito yung mga perfectionist. Ayan. And they are also easily stressed. Madalas, kasi nga sa pagiging nilang perfectionist, orderliness, madali silang nai-stress. Okay? Ito yung mga tipo ng taong hindi titigilan yung isang gawain hanggat parang sa tingin niya ay hindi perfect. Nagkakaroon ng compulsion. So, masyadong siyang obsessed dun sa isang bagay. So, let's say, for example, ulit-ulit niyang pinupunasan yung sahig, which is malinis na naman, pero ulit-ulit pa rin niya. So, kasi nandun yung pagiging perfectionist and orderliness. Okay? So, yan yung ating personality disorder. na nahati from cluster A, B, and C. Okay, so under cluster A, paranoid, schizoid, schizotypal. Under cluster B, nandiyan ang antisocial, the histrionic, narcissistic, borderline personality disorder. And then the cluster C ay yung ating avoidant, dependent, and the obsessive compulsive disorder or the OC. Okay? So, yan yung ating classification, according to clusters. Okay? So, yan po, yung ating mahalagang important concepts, pagdating sa deviation. Okay? So, any questions po with regards dito sa ating personality disorder? Okay, so now we will move doon sa ating isa pang topic na bahagi pa rin ng HBSE, the social change and development. Okay? Share ko lang po yung ating presentation for the social change and development. Wait lang po. Okay, so now we will talk about social change and development. Some important as concepts pagdating sa social change. Ayan. So, ayan. So pag-usapan natin yung tinatawag nating underdevelopment. So when we say underdevelopment, this is a persistent low levels of living in relationship with absolute poverty. So ibig sabihin hindi umuunlad, so under. So there is low income per capita, low rate income growth, dependency on foreign economies, and limited freedom to choose among activities that satisfy human wants. Ayan. So in connection to underdevelopment, so dyan na nga papasok yung tinatawag din nating poverty. And there are types of poverty. Ayan. So una, the absolute poverty. When we say absolute poverty, it pertains to tumutukoy siya dun sa mga nakapokus siya on the day-to-day need. Kung hindi natin natutustusan yung mga pangangailangan sa araw-araw, ibig sabihin ikaw ay under absolute poverty. So ano ba yung mga day-to-day need natin? So especially pagkain, ayan, yung ating tirahan, ayan, etc. There are some of the basic needs na kailangan natin in our day-to-day situation. Okay? So that's we call absolute poverty. Okay? Then number 2, yung ating tinatawag na relative poverty. So when we say relative poverty, income is sufficient to meet its society's standard of living. So kumbaga hindi natin nami-meet yung standard of living. So dito nagkakaroon na ng comparison. Kung nakakamit mo ba yung standard of living na meron tayo sa ating society. So let's say for example, household receive 50% less income than the average median incomes. So dyan, kung nakikita natin, nagkaroon na siya ng comparison. So there is criteria change with the economic growth. Okay? Number 3, situational naman ay caused by sudden crisis or loss, temporary crisis. So dito papasok yung ating kasalukuyang nararanasan ngayon, the pandemic. So that's situational. Kasi pandemic is a crisis na madami yung naapektuhan sa atin. And other example, siguro yung bankruptcy. Kung na-bankrupt ka, nawalan ka ng pera, that is situational poverty. Okay? So number 4, generational poverty. When we say generational, there are at least 2 generation experience poverty. So it's like a cycle na naipapasa from generation to generation. For example, from your mother, then hanggang sa'yo ay mahirap ka pa din. So that's what we call generational poverty. The number 5 ay yung tinatawag naman nating rural. So this includes the lack of access to basic services. So mga basic services natin, halimbawa sa education, health, and etc. Okay? The number 6, urban poverty. This refers to the congestion, ayan, pollution, yung pagkakaroon ng mga overpopulation, and also the concern of land ownership. So that's the type of poverty. So there are 6: absolute, relative, situational, generational, rural, and urban. Okay? So in relation to poverty, so let's define what is poverty incidence. So when we say poverty incidence, this is the proportion of families, individuals with per capita income, expenditure less than the per capita poverty threshold to the total number of families. So poverty incidence, yung proportion daw ng pamilya na nakakaranas ng less than the per capita of the poverty threshold, na mas mababa daw doon sa tinatawag nating poverty threshold. Okay? So, in relation pa rin, so meron din tayong tinatawag na poverty threshold. And according to PSA sa Philippines, as of December 2019, ang ating poverty threshold ay 10,727. So, poverty threshold, this is the minimum income para daw ma-meet natin yung mga basic and non-basic foods. Okay? So, ibig sabihin 10,000 daw, 10,727 yung minimum income na dapat ay meron tayo para ma-meet natin yung mga basic and non-basic foods. Next, meron din tayong tinatawag na food threshold. Ayan. So when we say food threshold, this is the minimum income required to meet basic food needs. Ito daw yung minimum income naman, which is amounting to 7,528 according to PSA as of December 29. Para ma-meet daw natin yung mga pangangailangan natin pagdating sa food. Okay? So kung hindi mo nakamit itong 10,727, maaring ikaw ay masabi nating under poor. Pag sinabi naman natin hindi mo nakamit tong under food threshold ng 7,528, maaring ikaw ay food poor. Kasi hindi mo nakakamit yung pangailangan mong pagkain pagdating doon sa iyong income. Okay? So kanina, dinefine natin ang underdevelopment. So now, ano naman yung tinatawag nating development? So when we say development, it is the improvement in countries' economic and social conditions. And it calls for a unified approach. It is a multidimensional process and involving major changes in social structures. Kasama din dyan yung popular attitudes and national institutions, as well as the acceleration of economic growth and the reduction of inequality and the eradication of absolute poverty. So under development, so ang pinakang goal natin is to eliminate or to eradicate the absolute poverty. Okay? This is focused on the day-to-day needs. Okay? Okay. Parang may nakabukas po ang mic. Ma'am Angie po ata. Okay? Sige, so let's proceed. So according to Daro, there are objectives of development. So tingnan natin, ano ba yung mga objectives of development? So there are objectives of development according to Daro. So number one is raising people's living levels, income, consumption, food, medical services, and education. So ayan, so pinakang objectives daw is to raise yung level of well-being ng mga tao. Okay? Number two is creating conditions conducive to the growth and of people's self-esteem, establishment of social, political, and economic systems and institutions which promote human dignity and respect. Ayan. So, pinaka-goal, ang pinaka-objective is to magkaroon ng conducive growth for people's self-esteem. Okay? Para makamit nga yung tinatawag nating human dignity and respect. And number three ay yung increasing people's freedom to choose by enlarging the range of their choice variables. Ayan. For example, ay yung mga varieties of goods and services. Okay? So that's the objectives of development as per Daro. Okay? So let's define some important concept na nakapaloob din po dito sa ating social change and development. And the first one ay yung tinatawag nating social development. So when we say social development, it is a process of planned social change designed to promote the well-being of the people in conjunction with the dynamic process of economic development. Okay? So ang tatanda natin when we say social development, it is a process of planned social change. Okay? To promote the well-being ng ating mga people. Okay? In the economic growth, so it pertains naman an increase in the capacity of economy. So pag-increase doon sa kakayahan ng ekonomiya na mag-produce ng mga goods and services, ayan, compare from one period of time to another. Ayan. And there are some indicators para masabi natin na there is an increased welfare and human development. Ayan. So the indicators are yung ating education, the economy, gender empowerment, and the politics. So other important concepts ay yung tinatawag nating modernization. When we say modernization, tourists explain the changing ways of communication and media used in traditional and post-modern society. Modernization from traditional patungo sa more technological development. So nagkakaroon ng changes in terms of communication, ayan, and media. Okay, so other concept ay yung tinatawag din nating participatory development. So when we say participatory, nandun yung pag-participate ng mga iba't ibang stakeholders in our society na maaring makatulong sa development ng ating society. So this is a process through which stakeholders can influence and some control over development initiatives and over the decisions and resources that affect themselves. So dito nandiyan na yung participation mismo ng community in reaching or sa pagkamit ng ating tinatawag na development. Sa sustainable development naman, so dito sa sustainable development, development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So it is a kind of development kung saan iniisip natin yung susunod na henerasyon. So may magagamit pa ba yung mga susunod na henerasyon na mga resources sa susunod na future. Okay? So iniisip natin yung the next generation. Okay? At meron nga tayong tinatawag na Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 193 countries ang nag-sign dito sa ating tinatawag na sustainable development. At isa sa mga signatory ang bansang Pilipinas dito sa ating sustainable development goals. Ayan. So, ito yung mga ginagamit ng mga usually mga policy maker para maging batayan sa paggawa ng mga plano, usually sa ating pong dito sa atin mismo sa Pilipinas sa paggawa ng mga plano at mga tatahakin sa mga susunod na panahon. Okay? There are also dito sa Sustainable Developmental Goals ay meron tayong 169 targets din and 232 indicators. Okay, so madami yung ating nilalaman ng SDG or the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, this is the what we call the 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Okay? So more on sinasabi nga ang sustainable development, more on environmental, economical, and socio-political sustainability. So daanan din natin yung tinatawag na indicators. So paano ba natin masasabi na nakamit natin yung development? So may tinitingnan tayong indicators and some standards. Okay? The first one ay yung tinatawag natin gross domestic product. Okay, when we say gross domestic product, this is the total monetary or market value of all the finished goods and services produced within a country's borders in a specific time. So, from the word domestic, ito yung mga produkto na nagawa within our Philippines. Ayan, within the Philippines. Okay? This is calculated in expenditures, production, and income. Gross national product naman, this is the estimate of the total value of all the final products and services turned out in a given period by means of production owned by a country's residents. Okay? So, meron din tayong tinatawag na Human Development Index and meron tayong 4 indicators para makuha natin itong Human Development Index. Ito nga yung tinatawag natin summary measure of the average achievement in 3 dimensions of human development. So these are long healthy life, ayan. Education-wise, decent standard living, and knowledgeable. Okay? So that's our indicator pagdating sa ating Human Development Index. Okay? So yan, so masusukat din natin ang development through the literacy rate. So when we say literacy rate, this is the percentage of people ages 15 and above who can read and write with understanding a short, simple statement about their everyday life. So percentage daw ng people. So ang sinusukat natin ay 15 and above who can read and write and understand. So another indicators and standards for development ay yung tinatawag nating life expectancy. This is the expectancy of efforts in the number of years person can expect to live. So ito yung ini-expect natin kung hanggang ilang taon nabubuhay ang isang tao. Okay? And last, yung ating tinatawag na birth and death rates. Ayan. When we say birth rates, this refers to the number of births that occur per 1,000 people per year. While death rates, it refers to the number of deaths that occur per 1,000 people per year. Okay? So that's the indicator and standards para masabi natin na kung nakamit ba natin yung tinatawag na development. So there are also core values of development as presented by Goulet. So according to Goulet, there are three core values of development, which are the sustenance, self-esteem, and freedom. So when we say sustenance, this pertains to basic needs, capacity to buy food and clothing. So paano ba nasusustain yung mga pangangailangan natin in our everyday life. And then self-esteem, this is more on sense of warmth and respect of that being used as a tool by their own needs under the process. And lastly, yung tinatawag natin freedom, this is an advantage of economic growth. It's not the wealth increases happiness, but that as increases the range of human choices. Ayan. So freedom for human choices. Okay? So under social change, meron din tayong mga theories, theories of development. At ang isa dyan ay ang tinatawag natin structural functionalism. So sinasabi sa structural functionalism, so ayan, nandiyan na naman yung system, is society daw is a stable, orderly system characterized by societal consensus whereby majority of members share common set of values, beliefs, and behavioral expectations. So sinasabi dito, makakamit natin ang development kung ang bawat structure sa ating society ay nagpapangsyon ng maayos. So through that, maaari natin makamit yung tinatawag na development. Okay? The next one, yung tinatawag nating modernization theory. Okay? When we say modernization theory, this is transformation ng society sa technological, social, and political state of affairs that characterize the Western world. From traditional, pupunta sa pagiging technological or social and political state. Okay? This is the process by which countries move from having a traditional, rural, agrarian society to a more secular, urbanized, and industrialized society. So dito, nagmo-modernize na yung society from traditional into technological, pwede rin into industrial society. Okay? More on urbanized na yung society. At si Rostos, meron siyang dinevelop na 5 stages of growth patungo sa pagkakaroon ng modernized society. Okay, so for stage 1, ito yung tinatawag nating traditional society. So when we say traditional, so more on focus pa sila, more on rural economy pa. And subsistence barter agriculture. So more on agrarian society pa. Pag sinabi nating traditional society. Sa stage 2 naman, dito na papasok yung transitional stage. So kumbaga unti-unti ay kumakalas na doon sa pagiging traditional. So there is dependent on social appreciation of education and skills. So papasok na yung pagdating sa pagkakaroon ng skill and education development, nandiyan na yung specialization, and nandiyan na rin yung mga infrastructure and surpluses. Then stage 3 is yung tinatawag natin take off. Ayan. So during this stage, nagiging dependent na on suburban economy. Ayan, papasok na dyan yung industrialization. May growing investment na, regional growth, and there is political change. So, medyo nasa gitna na, papungo doon sa modernized society. And the stage 4 is the drive to maturity. So dependent economies or growth and develop, diversification, innovation, less reliance on imports and investment. So nakapokus naman sila on the diversification, innovation, ayan, and kung paano nila ma-maintain yung nabuong transformation sa society. And the last stage is the high mass consumption. This is dependent on global economy or market managing economies. This is more on consumer-oriented na sila. Ayan. Durable goods flourish and service sector become dominant. Okay? So that's the stages of Rosto. Ano po? The 5 stages of growth. Number 3, yung ating tinatawag na dependency theory. So when we say dependency theory, this favors some countries to detriment others and limits the development possibilities of the subordinate economy. Poor countries exported primary commodities to the rich country that then manufactured product out of those commodities and sold them back to the poorest countries. So nangyayari dito, dependency theory, magbigay tayo ng halimbawa. So for example, yung mayayamang bansa, ay kumukuha ng mga raw materials dun sa may hirap na bansa. At ang nangyayari ay mas umuunlad yung mayayamang bansa. Kasi sila yung nagmamanufacture ng mga products. And then, ang tendency, isosold din nila o ibebenta nila yung mga produkto dun pabalik ulit dun sa kinunan nila ng mga raw materials. So, nagkakaroon ng dependency. Parang si mayamang bansa, nakadepende sa lagi doon kay poor countries para maglalo siya makamit yung development o lalo siyang mag-develop. Okay? So, that's the explanation pagdating dito sa dependency theory. Okay? So, si mayamang bansa, nakadepende kay poor countries doon sa kumukuha ng mga raw materials, and then right after kumuha ng raw materials, gagawin niya itong produkto and then isosold back niya doon sa kinunan niya ng raw materials na poor countries. Okay? So that's the dependency theory. Okay? Theory of dualism. So dito sa dualism naman ay nagkakaroon ng disarticulated development dahil nagkakaroon ng lack of integration between the traditional and modern sectors of the economy. Okay? So, ang tatandaan niyo sa dualism, lack of integration between ng traditional and the modern sectors of the economy. Number 5 ay yung tinatawag naman nating false paradigm model. So ito namang false paradigm model. This is due to faulty, inappropriate advice from experts from developed countries. So ito nga yung tinatawag nating incorrect model of development. From the, sabihin natin, maling advice from the experts, ang gustong iparating nitong false paradigm model. Okay? So this is the incorrect model of development. And lastly, yung ating world system theory. Ayan. So ang sinasabi lang naman sa world system theory, any change in economic system on one affect all another system. So para din sang yung diniscuss natin kaninang systems theory, kung ano yung mga nagbabago doon sa economic system ay maaaring makaapekto doon sa iba pang sistema na nasa ating society. Okay? So that's the world system theory. Okay? So let's talk about social change. So when we say social change, this is a change in society created through social movements. Ayan. So nakakamit daw natin ang social change sa pamamagitan ng tinatawag nating social movements. Okay? At mamaya alamin natin ano ba yung tinatawag nating social movements. Okay? As well as through external factors like environmental shifts or technological innovations. So social change is a way of human interactions and relationships transform cultural and social institution over time, having a profound impact or of society. There is materialization of development. Pag sinabi nating social change. So ano ba yung mga nagko-cause ng social change? Unang-una, technology. Ayan. The environment, the social institution, as well as the population. Okay? So tingnan natin yung ilan pa sa mga perspective and other approaches to social development. Una dyan ay yung tinatawag natin basic needs approach. Okay. So basic needs approach, this is provision of public service along with the entitlement to the poor. So nakapokus tayo doon sa pangunahing pangangailangan noong mga may hirap. Okay? At naniniwala ang basic needs approach that poverty elimination is all too easy. So madali lang daw solusyonan ang poverty at ito ay sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng mga pangunahing pangangailangan o the basic needs ng mga tao. Also known as the traditional approach. Ayan, which generally understood as deficit model. So yung mga kakulangan which focus on the community needs, deficiencies, and problems. So once daw natugunan natin yung mga pangangailangan or yung the basic needs, maaring makamit natin yung tinatawag na development. Okay? Second one ay yung ating rights-based approach. Ayan, nakapokus naman ito sa mga iba't ibang rights, karapatan bilang isang tao. So human rights are those basic standards without which people can live in dignity as human beings. Okay? This is called for existing community resources to be shared more equally. So under rights-based approach, there are what we call the duty bearers and the right holders. So ang mga duty bearers, yung may mga katungkulan sa ating pamayanan, the police, ayan, na sila yung nagbibigay ng rights doon sa mga tao and the right holders tayo mismo mga tao yung mga tinatawag nating right holders. Okay? At basically, ang sinasabi ng right-based approach ay yun nga, kung maibibigay natin din ang lahat ng rights, ay maaring mag-come up tayo into development. Okay? Number 3, the human rights principle. Ayan. So, tingnan natin yung mga principles of human rights in connection pa rin to sa right-based approach. Okay? So, when we say rights, it is universal, inalienability. So, ibig sabihin universal, so lahat ay dapat ay entitled sa pagkakaroon ng karapatan. Inalienability, hindi siya pwedeng kunin ni naman kasi rights mo yan. Okay? Indivisibility, so this is the denial of one right invariably impede enjoyment of other rights. Kumbaga, merong connection, yung mga karapatan natin. Kung may na-impede na rights, so maaari siyang maka-apekto dun sa other rights pa natin bilang isang individual. So there are, interdependence and interrelated. So like what we said kanina, so each right contribute on the realization of human dignity. Ayan. So magkakakonekta, interrelated, at interdependent ang mga rights po natin. Okay? Equality and non-discrimination. Ayan. No one should suffer discrimination. So hindi dapat, makakaranas ng diskriminasyon dahil lang sa race, dahil lang sa kasarian, our ethnicity, and more. Okay? So sa human rights principles, kasama din dyan yung participation and inclusion. So everyone has the right to participate and dapat nandyan yung tinatawag nating inclusive development. And the accountability and the rule of law. Ayan. So that's the principles of human rights. Other multidisciplinary perspective in relation to social development ay yung capability approach. So in here, so the theoretical framework that entails two core normative claims. Ayan. So merong two core normative claims pagdating dito sa capability approach. So una, the claim that freedom to achieve well-being is the primary moral importance. Ayan. So ang pinakang mahalaga daw, pagdating dito sa capability approach is the freedom to achieve well-being. Okay? And number two ay yung freedom to achieve well-being is to be understood in terms of people's capabilities. Ayan. Titingnan natin yung kakayahan ng isang tao. That is their real opportunities to do and be what they have reason to value. Okay? And number four, human development. Ayan. So, dito sa human development, this is an approach that is focused on creating fair opportunities and choices for all people. Ayan. So, ang pinakang focus para magkaroon ng pantay na oportunidad at iba't ibang choices para sa mga tao. And according to Amartya Sen, okay, naniniwala sila na siya na ang development daw ay freedom. Okay? Freedom as it wants the ultimate goals of economic life and the most efficient means of realizing general welfare. And according to Amartya Sen, so there are 4 pillars of human development. These are the equity, sustainability, productivity, and empowerment. Okay? And last, multidisciplinary perspective is the concept of gender and development. Okay? So, dito sa gender and development, I will use another PowerPoint. Wait lang po, share natin. So pasadahan din natin ang gender and development since medyo favorite din ng ating mga board of examiner last time, ang about sa gender. So tingnan natin yung ilan sa mga basic concepts, pagdating sa God. Okay. So let us define muna ano ba yung sex, ano ba yung gender para maging klaro sa atin. So when we say sex, this involves the interplay of hormones, the reproductive system, chromosomes, and the gametes. What makes one male, female, or intersex? These are the physical characteristics, constant across time and constant across culture. So pag sinabi natin sex, ito yung pumapatungkol kung ikaw ba ay isang lalaki, babae, or what we say intersex. Usually ito ay pumapatungkol in our physical characteristics. So malalaman natin na ang isang babae at lalaki ay sa pamagitan ng kanyang reproductive organ. Okay? So meron siyang male reproductive organ or female reproductive organ. Okay? Ayan. So usually sa female, meron siyang vagina, ayan, ovary, uterus, fallopian tube, the egg cell, the ovum, the progesterone and estrogen, and the XX chromosomes. While the male ay ito yung penis, vas deferens, scrotum, testicles, sperm cell, testosterone, and the XY chromosome. So pag sinabi naman natin intersex, ayan, there are mixing up of some of their biological attributes of sex. Ayan. So dito yung nagkakaroon na ng what we say, parang dual yung kanilang reproductive organ. Ayan. So merong female and then meron ding male. Okay? So yan, ating reproductive organ for the female and reproductive organ for the male. Okay, so kung sinabi natin ang sex ay it pertains to physical characteristic, more on biological, pertains to the reproductive organ of male or female. And sex ay hindi siya nababago. Constant na siya. Hindi mo naman pwedeng palitan yung sex, yung male reproductive organ and the female reproductive organ. So sa gender naman, this is what makes one feminine or masculine. Ito ay socially determined and culturally defined. So ito yung mga kinagis na natin, na dapat ganito si lalaki, na dapat ganito si babae. And this changes, ito, nababago to. Unlike the sex na hindi siya pwedeng mabago. Changes across time and culture. And it is a learned behavior. Ayan. So gender, ito yung mga itinalaga ng lipunan na dapat ganito si lalaki, na dapat ganito si babae. Okay? So for example, sabihin natin si lalaki dapat ang nagtatrabaho, si babae ang dapat nasa bahay. So that's what we call gender. This is socially determined and culturally defined. Okay? And there are some gender terminologies pa, yung tinatawag nating SOGI, the sexual orientation, the gender identity, and gender expression. Unahin natin yung sexual orientation. So when we say sexual orientation, this refers to being romantically or sexually attracted to people of a specific gender. Kung kanino ka na-attract, it's either romantically or sexually man yan. So, dyan napapasok, yung tinatawag nating heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and other categories pa. So, when we say heterosexual, so you are romantically and sexually attracted sa opposite sex. When we say homosexual naman, you are sexually or romantically attracted sa inyong same sex individual. Okay? Sa bisexual naman, when we say bisexual, so pareho kang attracted doon sa dalawang sexes. Okay? It's either male or female. Okay? Gender identity, this is one's innermost concept of self as male or female. Both or neither, how individual perceive themselves and what they call themselves. So pag sinabi natin gender identity, ito yung perception mo kung ano ka. Kung ikaw ba'y lalaki, babae, etc. Okay? So ano ba yung sa tingin mo sa sarili mo? For example, ikaw ay lalaki pero ang piniperceive mo sa sarili mo, ako ay babae. Ayan. So that's gender identity. So gender expression naman, this is the way in which people externally communicate their gender identity to others through behavior, clothing, haircut, voice, and other forms of presentation. So for example, ang assign sa iyong sex ay lalaki, pero ini-express mo yung iyong gender sa pamamagitan ng pagdadamit ng pambabae. Kasi nga, ang tingin mo sa sarili mo ay ikaw ay babae. Though ang iyong naka-assign na sex at birth ay panglalaki. Okay, so that's gender expression na pwedeng ipakita through clothing, ayan, gestures, behavior, etc. Okay? Okay. Okay, so sabi nga natin, when we say sex, it is biologically assigned. And pag sinabing natin gender, it is socially defined. So it refers to the masculinity and femininity ng isang lalaki at babae. Sex is universal. Ayan. And gender is cultural. Sex is permanent. Hindi sa pwedeng mabago. Ano? And the gender is pwede siyang mabago. Pwede siyang ma-learn. Unlike sex. Okay? So regardless of gender identity, everyone has inherent worth and dignity and fundamental rights. As such, all should not be discriminated and be treated with respect. So ano man yung kanilang gender identity, so dapat nandun pa rin yung respect natin doon sa kanilang worth and dignity as an individual. Okay? So let's talk gender and development. This is an approach that looks at women as an integral part of the family, community, and larger society. Okay? Through various gender analysis techniques, the roles and rights of both women and men are studied in order to determine how development interventions may be made most effectively. So, ang gender and development, usually ginagamit na sa paggawa ng mga plano, so dapat ay incorporated lagi yung gender and development. So sa ating yung mga LGU, merong nakalaan na 5% budget para dito sa gender and development. Okay? So it is a development perspective that recognizes the different roles, interests, and needs of women and men. And kasama sa ating sustainable goals, yung pagkamit ng gender equality. Ayan, sa ating 17 sustainable goals. This reflect changes in focus from women and their exclusion from development, initiatives to the relation of inequality between women and men. So basically, ang pinakang goal natin dito sa gender and development is to achieve the gender equality. Okay? So from DOH, so sinasabi nila, ang gender and development is a development perspective and process that is participatory. Yan, so nandiyan yung participation ng both gender, the men and the women, and empowering, equitable, sustainable, free from violence, respectful of human rights, supportive of self-determination and actualization of human potential. It is seeks to achieve gender equality, so yun yung pinakang main goal natin, as a fundamental value that should be reflected in development choices and contents that women are active agents of development and not just passive recipients of development. So dito, pinapahalagahan din natin yung ambag ng mga kababaihan sa development, okay, ng ating society. Okay? God is about being faithful to the principle that development is for all. So, lahat, walang pinipiling kasarian ang development, maging lalaki ka man o babae. So, fairness and equity demands that everyone in society, whether female or male, has the right to the same opportunities to achieve a full and satisfying life. So, God is about recognizing that gender biases impede development. Ayan. So, kung meron tayong mga gender biases, pwede siyang makahadlang sa pagkamit natin ng development. And they prevent people from attaining their full potentials, which will enable them to become effective contributors to development. That's why dapat inaalis natin yung mga personal biases natin when it comes to male and female. So let's discuss the capacity to do and the capacity to be. When we say capacity to do, this refers to how individuals are able to perform the things they want to do in pursuit of a better life. Okay? So ito yung kakayanan ng isang individual na gawin ang isang bagay. Okay? And the capacity to be, this gives individuals the opportunity and resources to attain their aspirations for a better life. So when we say capacity to be, ito yung pagbibigay naman ng opportunity para ma-attain yung mga aspirations for better life. And deliberately addresses them in the process of developing, budgeting, implementing, monitoring, evaluating programs, projects, and services, particularly in government agencies. So mandated na sa na dapat ay talagang nandyan yung ating gender and development. From the planning, budgeting, pag-implement natin ng mga projects, naka-incorporate lagi yung gender and development. So sa bawat munisipyo, sa bawat LGU, dapat meron tayong mga nakatalaga na point focal person doon sa ating gender and development. Okay? Or what we call the focal point system pagdating dito sa GAD. Ayan. And ang pinakang layunin nga natin is magawa natin na maging gender sensitive ang bawat individual. And when we say gender sensitivity, this is the ability to recognize gender issues. Ayan. So bukas na yung iyong isipan pagdating sa mga usapin patungkol sa mga issues na pinatutungkulan ng lalaki at babae. Okay? O hindi ka na gender blind. So when we say gender blind, wala kang pakialam about the issues na pinatutungkulan ng isang babae at lalaki. So especially women's different perceptions and interests arising from their unique social location and gender roles. This is an act of being sensitive to the ways people think about gender. Okay? Ayan. So tingnan natin din yung gender role socialization. Okay? So when we say gender roles, it is a learned behavior in a given society, community that conditions which activities, tasks, and responsibility as perceived as male or female. Ayan. So ito yung mga learned behaviors natin na dapat ganito ang mga ginagampan ng roles ng lalaki, ng babae, etc. And this is affected by age, class, race, ethnicity, religion, and by the geographical, economic, and political environment. So changes in gender roles often occur in response to changing economic, natural, or political circumstances. Ayan. At dyan papasok din yung tinatawag nating gender division of labor. So nagkakaroon ng hatian pagdating sa mga gawaing panglalaki at gawaing pangbabae, which is a form din ng ng tinatawag nating gender biases. Ayan. So there are types of gender roles na hati sa tatlo. There are productive roles, reproductive roles, and the community level role. Ayan. So when we say productive role, pumapatungkol ito doon sa mga production of goods and services kung saan kumikita at karaniwang ang nagpo-portray ng role under productive role ay yung mga lalaki na sa nagtatrabaho at kumikita. Okay? Samantalang sa reproductive role, this includes yung mga gawaing bahay, mga household chores, na kung saan wala naman siyang kinalaman doon sa ekonomiya o pagpasok ng income. Okay? So, hindi siya nababayaran. Unlike doon sa productive role na bayad yung bawat trabaho na ginagawa. Unlike the reproductive role, hindi siya nababayaran dahil it pertains to gawaing bahay. Sa community level role, pwede ditong pumasok yung community managing and the community politics. Under community managing, provision of and maintenance of scarce resources, including water, healthcare, and education. This is mostly voluntary. Ito yung paggampan natin sa mga tungkulin natin pagdating sa ating komunidad. And then the politics, ayan, ito na, yung usaping politika. So the formal political level and the national politics. Ayan. So tulad ng nabanggit natin kanina, usually ang productive role ay ay nababayaran. Unlike doon sa ating reproductive role and community managing is unpaid. Pagdating naman sa community politics, ayan, bayad din naman ang community politics na pagdating doon sa mga politika. Ayan, at usually ang nagpo-portray nga ng role pagdating sa productive role ay ang mga lalaki. Kasi nga ang nakalista natin, ang mga lalaki ang dapat ang nagtatrabaho. And then reproductive role ang gumagawa ng mga gawaing bahay ay ang mga babae based sa ating mga kinagisnan. And usually ang pagdating sa community managing ay mostly din babae ang mga nagpo-portray ng role. And sa community politics, sa nakikita natin ngayon, parehas naman, lalaki, babae, ay nag-i-engage na rin sa politics. And usually, paid din ito pagdating sa politics. And yun yung gusto nating mabago, pagdating sa ating society. Mabago yung pagtingin na ang lalaki ay nasa bahay. Ang lalaki ay dapat nagtatrabaho at ang babae ay nasa bahay lang. So kasi ito ay mas naglilid pa para hindi natin ma-achieve yung development kasi nagkakaroon tayo ng biases pagdating sa lalaki at babae. And meron din tayong tinatawag na multiple burden. Kung ikaw lahat ang gumagawa nito, lahat ng role na ito. For example, ikaw na yung sa productive role, ikaw na yung reproductive role, and the community level role, ikaw pa rin. So that's what we call multiple burden. So parang pasan mo na lahat ng role. So pasan mo na yung daigdig. And usually, ay nangyayari ito dun sa ating mga solo parent. Ayan. Kasi wala silang mga katuwang. Okay? So napipilitan sila na silang gumanap ng productive role, reproductive role, and the community level role. Ayan. So, both male and female play different roles. However, men typically play their roles sequentially, focusing on a single productive role. So, yun nga, tulad na nabanggit ko, nakapokus lang sila doon sa productive role. While women must usually play their roles in simultaneously. Ayan. Balancing the demands of each within their limited time. So minsan nga, ang mga babae nagtatrabaho din. Then pagdating sa bahay, sila pa rin ang gagawa ng mga gawaing bahay. At pagdating sa mga gawaing pangkomunidad, sila pa rin. Kaya minsan nga ay nakakaranas ng multiple burden. Okay? So, isa pa sa mga concept din under God ay yung ating gender bias. So, gender-based distinction, exclusion, or restriction which has the effect of or purpose of impairing or nullifying the recognition, enjoyment of, or exercise by women irrespective of the marital status. So, when we say gender bias, meron kang pagkiling doon sa pagtingin sa pagitan ng lalaki at babae. Okay? And usually, there are institutions na nagpo-promote ng gender bias. Ayan. So sa school, the language, the religion, the family, and the mass media. Okay? So tingnan natin yung ilan sa mga manifestations ng gender bias. So nandyan yung stereotyping. So when we say stereotyping, nagkakaroon ka ng overgeneralization about men and women. So yun nga, for example, pag sinabing men, dapat ay color blue. Pag sinabing women, dapat color pink. Ayan. So generalize mo na ganito dapat si men at dapat ganito si women. Okay? And other example, yun nga, yung common natin, dapat si babae ay nasa bahay lang at si lalaki ang nag-earn ng income at nagtatrabaho. That's stereotyping. Okay, multiple burden, nabanggit na natin kanina. So, lahat, pasan mo, productive role, from the productive role, reproductive, and the community role. And the marginalization, so, namamarginalize, o naseset aside yung mga kababaihan. So parang hindi nabibigyan ng importansya yung mga kayang gawin ng isang mga babae. Okay? Pwedeng pumasok dyan yung, for example na lang, halimbawa, babae at lalaki, ipinasok mo sa construction, maaring doon sa lalaki, ang sweldo niya ay 500, pero pagdating kay babae ay 300 pesos. So, hindi na po agad patas, yung pagtingin, doon sa lalaki at babae. Kasi parang minamalit natin yung mga kababaihan when it comes sa kaya nilang gawin. Okay? Which is same lang naman yung trabaho na ginawa nila, construction. Kumbaga mas nakikita natin dito yung bias pagdating sa kung ano ang kayang gawin ng lalaki at ng isang babae. Okay? And then the subordination naman, dito papasok yung parang literal na parang naging sunod-sunuran ang babae doon sa isang lalaki. Which is wrong. So ang mag-asawa dapat ay ang lalaki at babae ay dapat ay nagbibigayan, especially when it comes to decision making. And lastly, the violence against women. Diyan napapasok yung mga iba't ibang abuses, from the physical abuse, emotional abuse, the verbal abuse, as well as yung economical abuse. Ayan. So, nagre-create pa rin siya ng gender bias. Okay? Ayan. So, gender fair language. So, dapat daw gumamit din tayo ng mga gender fair language. Ayan. Especially, kailangan gamitin na rin natin ito doon sa pagsulat natin ng mga case studies. Ayan. So, usually, nagkakaroon nga ng yung tinatawag nating gender responsive case management. So, sa pagsulat ng mga case study, kailangan tayo ay gumamit din ng mga tinatawag na gender fair language. So, for example, ayan. So, ito yung mga guidelines. So, kailangan daw may respect for the inherent dignity, worth, and rights of all people. And syempre, nandiyan dapat yung inclusiveness and then the gender equality. Okay, so ang mga example ng gender fair language, for example, hindi dapat tayo gumagamit, halimbawa, sabihin natin chairman, chairwoman. So dapat chairperson para sa maging isang gender fair language. So tayo mahilig din gumamit. For example, doktor. Pag doktor ay lalaki, pag doktora ay babae. So dapat i-pair natin yung paggamit ng language. Doktor na lang sa lahat. Hindi na pwedeng gawin doktor or doktora. So doktor lang dapat ang ating gamitin. Or meron din tayo minsan, mga gumagamit tayo, congressman, congresswoman, mayora, mayor. Ayan. So, hindi na agad pair yung paggamit natin ng mga language pagdating dito. Okay? So, what is gender equality? So, pag sinabi natin gender equality, there is no discrimination in opportunities and access, control, and use of resources on the basis of person sex. Okay? So, it's not equal to women and girls. Ayan. So, dapat pagdating sa gender equality, dapat patas ang lalaki at babae. This is about social relationship between men and women. Means that women or girl, men or boys have equal condition for realizing their full potential and for contributing to and benefiting from economic, social, cultural, and political development. Ayan. So, paano daw natin maisasagawa yung tinatawag nating gender mainstreaming? So, this is a process of ensuring women and men have equal access and control over resources, development benefits, and decision making. Ayan. So, pagsisigurado na merong equal resources, access, yung ating mga lalaki at babae. Okay? And not about only women taking action and not only women benefiting from it. So, dapat patas between men and women. So, gender neutral. Ayan. So, ano ba yung pag sinabi natin gender neutral? This means not recognizing that gender is an influencing factor in social outcomes. So, neutral tayo, so, kumbaga nasa gitna. Wala tayong papanigan sa lalaki at babae. Okay? And when we say gender responsive, this means being responsive to the different needs of both men and women, as well as actively trying to bring about more equitable gender relations in a given context. Ayan, responsive tayo, parehas sa pangailangan ng lalaki at babae. Okay? So yan yung ilan sa mga basic gender concepts pagdating sa ating gender and development. Okay? So balik tayo sa ating social change pa rin. So yan yung ating mga multidisciplinary perspective and approaches when it comes to social development. Okay? So nabanggit natin kanina, so ang social change ay pwedeng makamit through social movements. Ayan. So ngayon talakayin natin yung tinatawag na social movements. Okay. Social movements, this is an organized effort by a large number of people to bring about or impede social change. Okay. When we say social movement, so meron ino-organize siya ng a large number of people kung saan meron silang goal na gustong makamit. Okay? At yun nga, yung pagkakaroon ng social change. These are purposeful, organized groups striving to work toward a common social goal. Kumbaga, ito yung mga grupo ng mga taong may ipinaglalaban. Okay? So dito papasok yung mga women's rights movements, LGBT movements, ayan, environmental movement, at yung mga iba't ibang klase pa ng movement kung saan may gusto silang makamit. Okay? O ma-achieve na goal, and which is the social change. Okay? So according to Aberle, there are types of social movements. Okay? So number one, when we say reform movements, this seeks to change something specific about the social. Okay? So pag sinabi natin reform, meron kang specific na target na gusto mong mabago. Okay? So for example, dito yung mga women's rights movements kasi specific ka. Gusto mong ipaglaban yung karapatan ng mga kababaihan. Pwede rin yung mga political movement. Kasi mayroon kang specific na gustong mangyari pagdating doon sa political movement. Okay? Number two, revolutionary. So when we say revolutionary, it seeks to completely change every aspects of society. So gusto mo may yung kabuuang society ay mabago. So ang maaring example dito yung mga civil rights movement. Ayan. Yung pinaglalaban, yung karapatan ng mga mamamayan. Okay? The redemptive. So when we say redemptive, our meaning seeking which aims to provoke inner change or spiritual growth in individuals. So nakapokus naman doon sa inner change and sometimes more on spiritual itong redemptive. And one of the example of redemptive social movement, usually ito yung mga grupo ng mga, for example, Alcoholic Anonymous. Kasi may gusto silang mabago para sa kanilang sarili. Okay? Then number 4, alternative social movements. These are focused on self-improvement and limited specific changes to individual beliefs and behavior. papasok dito yung mga halimbawa, yung grupo ng tinatawag nating MOVE, ayan. Yung ating Men Oppose Violence Everywhere. Ayan. So, meron silang gustong mangyaring specific changes dun sa mga paniniwala. Ano po? Ng mga kalalakihan pagdating sa mga kababaihan. Okay? So, that's alternative social movement. Resistance naman, this seeks to prevent or undo change to social structure. So, maaaring example nito yung mga environmental movement, kung saan gusto nilang ma-prevent yung mga pwede pang mangyari, kapag hindi natin napangalagaan yung environment. Okay, so that's the resistance social movement. And according to Bloomer, ayan, so bago tayo pumunta kay Bloomer, so yun po yung ating types of social movement. It's either reforms, revolutionary, redemptive, alternative, and resistance. Si Bloomer, nag-identify din siya ng stages. Stages of social movement. Okay. So, from the stage 1 ay yung ating emergence. So, dito sa emergence, nangyayari kung saan yung mga tao nagiging aware sila dun sa mga issue. So, ano ba yung kanilang ipaglalaban? Naging aware sila na dapat ito ay ipaglaban natin, para makamit natin yung ating goals or towards the achievement of social change. Okay? So, emergence. Diyan pa lang nabubuo, parang nagplaplano pa lang, nabubuo yung kanilang bubuoing social movement. Pangalawa, yung coalescence. Ayan, dito na. Nag-join together na. And magiging organized na yung kanilang social movement. And they try to publicize the issues na. Ayan. So dito na, nag-coalesce. Ayan. Kumbaga, nagsama-sama na sila. Yung may mga concern about this issue, ayan, para makabuo sila ng social movement. And then number 3 is bureaucratization or what we call the formalization. So dito talagang na-establish na nila yung kanilang organization, fully functional na, and they have meron na silang mga paid staff. Ayan. And lastly ay yung kanilang decline, yung kanilang stage 4 ay yung decline. Ayan. So dito sa decline, pwedeng humantong ang social movement into success or failed or what we call failure. Ayan. So depende sa magiging resulta ng kanilang isinagawang social movement. Okay? And under social movement theories ay meron tayong mga under social movement ay meron tayong mga theories, at ito ay 4, So number 1 ay yung tinatawag nating deprivation theory. Okay. So when we say deprivation theory, social movements arise among people who feel deprived. So from the word deprivation, so ibig sabihin nag-a-arise daw sa social movement dahil merong mga taong deprived. Pwedeng deprived of rights, deprived of needs, etc. Okay? People tend to compare each other, which results in sense of injustice. Ayan. So parang nararamdaman nila parang hindi patas ang ayan yung halimbawa yung rights, ayan, and shall be the onset of social movement. At doon uusbong yung pagkakaroon ng social movement. Kung nakaramdam sila na sila ay deprived of something, either rights, needs, etc. Okay? Next is the resource mobilization theory. So under this resource mobilization theory, this explains movement success in terms of its ability to acquire resources and mobilize individual to achieve goals and take advantages of political opportunities. So nakadepende naman daw ang success ng social movement. Depende sa ability na makapag-acquire ng mga resources. Kaya nga sinabi natin resource mobilization. So nakadepende doon sa pag-mobilize ng mga resources. And the number 3, the frame analysis. Dito sa frame analysis, social movement must actively engage in realigning collective social frames so that movement interests, ideas, values, and goals become congruent with those of potential members. So dito sa frame analysis, nakapokus sila doon sa realigning of collective social frames. So tinitingnan nila yung iba't ibang social frames para yung mga interests, ideas, values, and goals ay maging congruent doon sa mga potential members. So, sa new social movement theory, ayan, so dito papasok yung mga iba't ibang social movement about peace and disarmament, environmental. So under new social theory, nandyan din yung feminist movement, focus on goals of autonomy, identity, self-realization, and quality of life issues. Okay? So, yan po. Yung ating social movement theory na maaring pagbasehan natin sa paggawa ng ating mga social movements. Okay? So yan po ang mga important concepts, topics under social change and development. Ayan. And yun nga, last board exam, medyo may mga kinuha din dito ang ating board of examiner. So yan, tulad niyang new social movement theory, lumabas po yan. Dito sa stages of social movement, lumabas din po yan. Ayan. Okay, so yan po ang ating topics about social change and development. Okay? So, may mga katanungan po ba tayo patungkol po sa social change and development? Okay? So, susunod na po natin yung our last topic, yung social processes, at saka group processes. Okay? Pero bago tayo magpatuloy, pwede po ba mag-request ng at least 10 minutes pong break? Ayan, para makapag-health break muna tayo. So balik po tayo ng 2:55. So ngayon po ay 2:45 p.m. So balik po tayo ng 2:55. Salamat po. Okay, so ayan. So it's 2:55 na po. Ayan, nakabalik na po kaya ang lahat ng ating reviewees. Thumbs up naman po kapag nandiyan na po kayo. Isa pa lang ang nagta-thumbs up. Ayan, si Sir Ryan, si Ma'am Catherine. Okay, sige. So let me share ulit my screen. So this is the last topic under HBSE. So yung ating social and group process. Okay. Hopefully, makabalik pa yung iba doon sa ating session. Parang nag-exit yata yung iba muna. Okay, sige. So let's proceed. So pag-usapan naman natin ngayon ang social processes in the group and community. Ayan. So first, i-define natin ano ba yung social process. Okay? So these are those ways of interacting which are observable when individuals and groups meet and establish system of relationship, or the results that arise when changes disturb the already existing modes of life. Okay? So ang social processes, so nangyayari yan kung nagkakaroon ng interactions ang isang individual o grupo, and then nakakapag-build up sila ng systems of relationship. These social processes are the current forms that social interaction takes. Okay? So recurrent forms, so ibig sabihin ulit-ulit and kung saan laging nagkakaroon ng social interaction. So usually ang ating social process ay nahahati sa dalawa. Okay? The basic and the derived social processes. So under basic social processes, nandiyan yung competition, the conflict, cooperation, and under derived social processes, nandiyan yung accommodation, the assimilation, amalgamation, and acculturation. Okay? So unahin natin yung basic social processes, which comprises the competition, conflict, and cooperation. So when we say competition, this is a forms of opposition and struggle. Okay? At sinasabi nga, it is a less violent forms of opposition in which two or more groups or group struggle for some end or goal. So ang focus nila is more on achieving the end or goals. But in the course of which attention is formed simply on the reward rather than the competition. So this is found in every field of social activity and contacts between competitors, may direct or indirect. Okay? So when we say competition, usually nakapokus on how to achieve the goals or the ends or the objectives. Okay? So halimbawa, pag sinabi kasi natin competition, nangyayari when the demand is more than the supply. For example, bigyan natin halimbawa yung mga nagtitinda. For example, nagtitinda ng mangga. Okay? So dalawang ale na nagtitinda ng mangga. Okay? So specifically, nagkakaroon siya ng competition. At lalabas ang competition dyan kapag Halimbawa, yung isang ali ay nagtitinda, ang mangga niya ay 30. Yung isa namang ali number 2 ay nagtitinda ng mangga, ay sa halaga lamang na 20 pesos. At lalabas din ang competition kung yung ali number 1 ay makikipagsabayan din sa presyo noong ali number 2, which is 20 pesos lang. Okay? So, ibababa niya yung presyo para makipag-compete doon sa ali number 2. So, magiging na rin 20 pesos. Okay? So, dito sa competition, more on nakapokus sa pagkamit ng goal. Ang parehan lang goal ay makabenta. So, para makabenta, mas ibinaba niya o inilevel niya yung kanyang presyo ng paninda doon sa allen number 2. Okay? At kapag sinabi naman natin competition, there are also two types. Nandyan yung personal competition and the impersonal competition. So, pag sinabi nating personal, it involves direct contact. Pag impersonal naman, it involves struggle between group which may take the form of economic, political, religious, cultural, recreation, and social, and the objective may be for status, prestige, or recognition. Okay? So, personal. So, more on personal siya, involves direct contact. So, pang personal mo sa sarili mo. Pag sa impersonal naman, dito na papasok yung mga patungkol sa economic, political, religious, cultural, ayan. At ang pinakang objective mo dito is more on prestige, recognition, and status. So there are functions of competition, assignment of an individual to place in a society. So dito mo malalaman ano ba yung kalalagyan ko sa society ito. Contribution to the selection of members of the functional groups, which provides the social division of labor, and as well as the encouragement of achievement and efficiency. So number 2, yung ating basic social processes ay yung tinatawag na conflict. This may develop naman out from the competition. Okay? So kung ang competition ay more on less violent forms of opposition, dito naman this is a forms of emotionalized. So mas violent siya, in which the major concern is to overcome the opponent as means of securing given goal or reward. So dun sa competition, nakapokus tayo kanina doon sa pagkamit ng goals or ends or the objectives. Dito naman, ang pag sinabing conflict, more on nakapokus tayo sa dun sa opponent or more on subjective siya. And motivated by the desire to secure a scarce goal or common values. Okay? So, mas violente compared dito sa ating competition pag sinabing conflict. Focus on the attention is the opponent with the intention of blocking, distraction, and defeat accompanied by fear, hate, or anger. So, balikan natin kanina yung dalawang nagtitinda. So, pagdating dito sa conflict, so kung kanina sa competition, ibinaba yung presyo para at least ay makabenta rin siya. Ayan. Nakamit nila yung goals, yung end nila na makabenta. So, dito sa conflict naman, ang focus naman ay yung mismong opponent. Okay. So, ang pwedeng gawin nung ali, so pwede mag-focus siya dun sa mismong ali, pwede niyang siraan yung ali, na nagtitinda para makamit niya yung goals or end niya. So more on violent, mas violent yung way ng pag-atake, para makamit yung goals or the objectives. Okay? There are types of conflict. Pwede siyang potential, ideological, or racial. So conflict potential, This is conflict for the control of scarce values. Ayan. And when we say ideological, conflict over the maintenance or supremacy of certain ways of life. And racial, conflict over biological dominance. Ayan. So, nagkakaroon ng conflict, pagdating dito sa tatlong types na ito. So, ano ba yung functions of conflict? May help establish unity when groups are threatened by outside force. Ayan. So, makakatulong naman sa pag-unite kapag nandiyan yung mga threaten sa mga pagdating doon sa pagkamit natin ng mga ends or goals, and may become a stabilizing mechanism which may stimulate the establishment of new policies, procedure, goals if these were the concerns of conflicts. So, sa pamagitan na din ng conflict, pwedeng makapaggawa ng mga bagong polisiya, mga procedures, and as well as other goals. Provides an outlet for the expression of suppressed emotions. So, ito ay makakatulong din para ilabas kung ano yung saloobin, and yun nga yung tinatawag natin suppressed emotions. And number 3 ay yung tinatawag nating cooperation. Okay, so under cooperation, ibig sabihin there are 2 or more individual working together para ma-achieve at ito yung isa sa mga tinatawag nating associative social processes. Ito yung mas positive kasi 2 individual are working towards the achievement of goal. This is a more specific aspect of human intercourse having to do with mutual aid. Ayan. So nagkakaroon ng alliance of persons. Kaya sabi nga natin 2 or more people working together or group seeking some common goal or reward. Okay, the important aspect is the mutual advantage to be gained by cooperating members. So nandyan yung cooperation ng bawat members through sharing the performance of common tasks. And pattern of cooperation is acquired in the family and friendship groups. Okay. And under the derived social processes, meron tayong 4. The accommodation, the assimilation, and amalgamation and acculturation. So pagdating sa accommodation, this pertains to the process which follows competition or conflict. So sinusundan sa noong proseso maaring mag-arise to after ng competition or conflict. It is a type of social adjustment that permits harmonious acting together in social situation. Okay? So it is a condition and a process, and each group tries to adjust to the other and yet maintain its own identity or interest. So sabi nga natin, nagkakaroon ng social adjustment. Okay? That permits harmonious acting together. So na-maintain pa rin nila yung own identity or yung kanilang interest or yung kanilang common goals or ends. Okay? So forms includes coercion, compromise, arbitration, conciliation, and toleration. So nagkakaroon ng compromise, ito ay nangyayari when parehas ay may equal strength yung dalawang panig. Okay? At nagkakaroon naman ng arbitration, there is an attempt of the third party to resolve the issues. Ayan. So kumbaga, meron ng pagpasok ng third party para ma-resolve yung mga issues. And then, toleration, there is someone who tolerate para ma-achieve yung goals ng isang group or ng isang individual. So the end result nga ng conflict kanina nabanggit natin is yung ito nga yung accommodation. So kung saan magkakaroon ng social adjustment para magkaroon ng harmonious harmonious acting together in social situations. Okay? When we say assimilation, it is a process of interpenetration and fusion in which persons and groups acquire the memories, sentiments, and attitudes of the persons or groups, and by sharing their experiences and history, are incorporated with them in a common cultural life. When we say assimilation, dito na papasok yung yung fusion or the blending of culture. Okay? And it usually slow in process. So, ang tatandaan nyo sa assimilation, interpenetration or the fusion of culture. So, complete blending ito ng kultura. For example, yung kultura ko at yung kultura mo magkakaroon ng fusion or complete blending. Okay? And sabi nga, it occurs slowly in time and is facilitated by learning the language of the group, friendly and tolerant attitude of the members, and the similarity of cultural patterns. Okay? So, kumbaga, nag-unite, yung kultura mo at kultura ko. Okay? So, that's what we call assimilation. So, or what we call, once dissimilar become similar. Okay? Amalgamation. So, simple lang naman tong amalgamation. So, through intermarriage, nangyayari naman yung pag-blend ng culture sa pamamagitan ng intermarriage of persons coming from different ethnic groups. Okay? So, halimbawa, amalgamation, halimbawa ako ay Katoliko, tapos ang napang-asawa ko ay isang Muslim. Ayan. So, there is nagpakasal and ayan, nagkaroon ng intermarriage of persons, na kung saan magkaiba yung kultura. At nagkaroon din ng blending of culture sa pamamagitan naman ng intermarriage. So, hastens assimilation by making the physical and cultural characteristic of the two ethnic groups similar. Acculturation naman, this is the process by which societies of different cultures are modified through fairly close and long continued contact but do not blend with one another. So when we say acculturation naman, hindi siya nag-blend pero nababaraw niya yung culture ng ibang culture without losing its identity. Kumbaga napapanatili pa rin niya kung ano yung kultura na meron siya. Okay? So it is a long process, hindi katulad nung assimilation na slow in process siya. At si assimilation is completely blending ang nangyayari. Dito naman, na-acquire mo yung culture ng ibang tao, pero na-maintain mo pa rin yung tunay na culture na meron ka. Okay? So yun yung tinatawag nating acculturation. Okay? So yun yung ating the basic and the derived social processes. So under the basic processes, nandyan yung the conflict, competition, cooperation, and under the derived social processes, nandyan yung assimilation, amalgamation, accommodation, and acculturation. Okay? So now, let's discuss the group structure and the process in social work. Ayan. So medyo last time, madami ding lumabas kung naalala ko about this one sa group processes and group structure. So let's define group structure. So when we say structure, this refers to the arrangement or interrealization of all part of a whole. This refers to pattern of development and maintain themselves over time of interpersonal relations. Ayan. So arrangement siya, when we say structure. Okay? A pattern. Ayan. That develop and maintain over time in interpersonal relations. So there are types of structure, formal and the informal. So under formal, pwede dyan pumasok yung mga task group, social action group, working group, and the informal ay yung mga therapy or treatment groups. Okay? So, isa-isay natin ano-ano ba yung mga structural properties of the group. So, nandyan yung size, communication structure, the power structure, the leadership, the role, nandyan din ang group norms, and status. Ayan. So, isa-isay natin. So, unahin natin yung size. So, when we say size, this refers to the number of persons in a group. So, sinasabi nga, wala namang perfect size ng isang grupo. Pero commonly sa mga treatment groups, okay na yung 5 to 7 members. And usually, odd number lagi, yung ating ginagamit sa pagbuo ng grupo para meron taga-balanse kapag meron tayong mga pagdidesisyon ng mga bagay-bagay. Kasi pag even number kasi, like let's say for example, kung 6 members, kapag nahati ang boto, 3 at saka 3, so mahirap mag-decide. Kaya dapat odd number, yung ating gagamiting basis sa paggawa ng pagdating dito sa pagbuo ng mga size of groups. Okay? The right size of the group is needed to get a task accomplished or that is required to achieve defined goals is a judgment to the practitioner to make. So depende doon sa bubuin mong grupo. Ano ba yung kailangang i-accomplish? So depende kung ilan yung gagawin mong size of the group. Okay? So usually the size sets limits on the amount and quality of communication that takes place. Ayan. So nakadepende rin sa size, kung mas maliit yung grupo mo, so mas madali yung communication process within the members of the group. Okay? And the smaller the group, it is easier for the worker to get to know the individual. So mas madali nating makikilala kung mas maliit yung grupo. And kung maliit din ang grupo, mas makakapag-encourage siya ng more participation and involvement ng bawat members. Kung malaki naman, so maganda naman siya kung may mga specific tasks tayong gagawin kasi pwede mong i-divide ang grupo into smaller groups para mas madaling matapos yung mga iba't ibang gawain or the specific assigned tasks. Okay? Number 2, yung ating tinatawag na communication structure. Ayan. So sa isang grupo, nandyan dapat din yung communication pattern. Okay? This encompasses who interacts with whom, about what, and this interaction may take verbal or non-verbal forms. This is, when we say communication, the process of transferring, sharing, messages or meanings. Okay? So sa isang grupo, pwede rin nandyan ang pattern of communication from top to down or bottom up. Ayan. So depende. Or pwede rin sa communication, pwedeng group-centered or leader-centered yung process o pamamaraan ng pag-communicate. Okay? So number 3, so another structural properties ay yung tinatawag nating affectional structure. This refers to the pattern of liking and disliking within the process of acting and reacting. Ayan. So, dito na papasok yung liking and disliking. So, paano mo magugustuhan, o paano mo aayawan, yung kagrupo mo or isang individual. So, dito, nag-identify ng dalawa through natural attraction daw and unconscious needs of members. When we say natural attraction, this is more on similar or complementary qualities. Ayan. So kumbaga may complementary qualities and values as well as positive feelings kayo with each other. And sa unconscious naman, needs of members, there are unfulfilled love. Pwedeng from their parents, sibling, or nagkakaroon ng sibling conflict, or nagkakaroon ng competition, rivalry, or the transparency aspects. Okay? So doon pwedeng makapag-develop tayo ng affectional liking and disliking. Ayan. So under affectional structure, meron tayo tinatawag na sociometry. This refers to the technique in studying the effective relations among group. Ayan. And according to Jacob Moreno, siya nga ang proponent nitong sociometry. Meron sa mga in-identify na different type of groups. It could be pairs, triads, foursomes, or isolates. When we say pairs, dyads, ayan, pwede dyan yung mutual relationship. Ayan, so dalawahan pag sinabi nating pair. Courtship pairs, pairs of enemies, dependency dominance, or complementary. Triads naman, so tatlo. There is a mediator and the other two. The rivals and one, coalition and one, three-person alliance, harmonious threesome. Okay, and we have also the foursomes, two pairs and 3 and 1 or 4-person alliance. At kapag sinabi naman nating isolates, people who hang on fringe of the group with little acceptance from anyone. So kumbaga hindi siya matanggap ng mga kasamahan niya sa kanyang grupo. Okay? So another structural properties of the group is the power structure. This refers to the potentially for inducing forces on other persons toward acting or changing in a given direction. Ayan. And there are types of power. These are the reward power, coercive power, legitimate power, referent power, and expert power. So when we say reward power, ang power ay nakabase in the form of reward, ayan, promotion, or either compliment. Ayan. So this is the capacity to deliver positive consequences or negative consequences. Ayan. And when we say coercive power, kabaligtaran naman siya ni reward power. So ang power ay nagmumula based on the action to correct mistake. Okay? This is more on inflicting adverse or negative consequences or to remove the positive consequences. Okay? When we say coercive power. Okay? Legitimate power naman, it refers to the legitimacy or the status of the group. Legitimate due to the position in the hierarchy. Kumbaga, yun talaga yung position mo kaya nagkaroon ka ng power. So halimbawa, tinalaga kang president, so you have the power. So you have the legitimate power. When we say referent naman, this is based on affection by liking or disliking. This is based on having qualities desired by others. So nagkakaroon ka ng power depende sa pag-like and dislike ng mga taong nasa grupo mo. Okay? So dahil gusto ka nila, gusto yung qualities na meron ka. Okay? So, expert power is based naman sa expertise. Ayan. So, kung meron kang knowledge about knowledge or skills or special knowledge about something, so maaari magkaroon ka ng power. Okay? So, leadership, another structural properties of the group. Ayan. So when we say leadership, it is the ability to influence other people in some way. So this is the process of influencing other people. Okay? And leadership is a role. And under leadership, meron tayong mga theory. So number one ay yung tinatawag nating position theory. Leadership is based on the position that grants a person the power of influence. Okay? So position theory, dahil yun nga, based on sa position. So usually, pag sinabi nating leader, so nandun sa topmost position. And usually, he or she has the power para mag-control. Okay? Or the power to influence. Trait theory naman, or what we call the great person theory, assumes that leaders have personal traits or characteristics that make different from other people. So naniniwala ang trait theory na ang isang leader ay talagang nandyan na sa kanya yung mga traits and characteristics. Okay? Para masabi natin siyang isang leader. So nandyan yung example, yung charisma versus machiavellians. Ayan. So when we say charisma, so you are being concerned with the majority and you possess the vision. So when we say machiavellians, so this is based more on deceit, cheating. So they are manipulative then and based on cunningness. Okay? Style theory naman, leadership is based on the style on how he influence. So depende daw sa style of leadership. At saan papasok yung authoritarian, democratic, and the laissez-faire. So ang authoritarian leaders have absolute power. So in this case, ang usually nasusunod ay yung mga mismong leader. So hindi nila ini-involve yung mga members nila on the decision making process, sa lahat ng gagawin sa isang grupo. Sa democratic naman, so leaders seek maximum involvement and participation from members and all decision affecting the group. So dito, mas malakas yung participation ng mga members when it comes to decision making. Ayan. And laissez-faire, so dito naman ay leaders has minimum input or participation. Members are left to function or struggle by themselves. So masyado namang malaya pagdating dito sa klase ng pamumuno. So hinahayaan niya yung mga miyembro parang wala na siyang pakialam. Okay? So masyadong malaya kumbaga. So leadership, ayan, so nandyan din yung situational theory. So sinasabi dito ay depende sa sitwasyon ay lumalabas yung pagka-leader daw ng isang tao. Okay, so for example, situation na nagkaroon ng disaster, kalamidad, maaaring lumabas daw yung pagiging leader ng isang tao. So by leading yung mga evacuees, ayan. So, pwede daw makita natin yung pagiging leader. Depende doon sa sitwasyon. Okay? And last is the functional leadership theory. So, leadership means the performance of the acts that help the group to accomplish its goals. Distributed function approach. So, sinasabi naman ni functional leadership theory, ayan, depende daw so sa ginagampan ng mga functions para ma-accomplish yung isang goals. And there are 3 categories daw ng members role. There are the group task roles, the group growing and vitalizing roles, and the anti-group roles. Ayan. So another structural properties of the group ay yung tinatawag nating role. So when we say role, this refers to the social recognized pattern, behavior, expectation on the part of a person in a certain position which help us to interpret what person is doing or is trying to do. So when we say role, ito yung inaasahan sa atin na kung saan meron tayong position na hinahawakan. Okay? So, it is expected to do. Okay? And there are two leadership roles, the task specialist and the social, emotional, or group maintenance role. So, pagdating sa task specialist, this provides best ideas and does the most to guide discussion. And so, kumbaga, ikaw yung nagli-lead, ayan, and nag-guide throughout the discussion. And the social, emotional, or group maintenance role, responsible ka naman for the group harmony, resolving tensions, and conflicts. Okay? And there are some roles na dapat i-assume daw sa isang grupo. Ayan, nandyan yung executive. So when we say executive, your basic task is to coordinate, ikaw yung top coordinator ng mga activities. Number 2, yung policy maker. Ikaw naman yung may role pagdating sa pag-establish ng mga goals, policies, objectives ng inyong grupo. Number 3, planner. This is somehow naman kung paano ka magde-decide para ma-achieve yung goals. Deciding on how to achieve goals. Sa expert, ayan, so expert, pag sinabi natin expert, ikaw ay pwede maging source ng mga readily available information ng inyong grupo. External group representative, you serve as the official spokesperson, tagapagsalita ng inyong grupo. Controller of internal relations, ayan. And purveyor of rewards and punishments in terms of promotions, demotions, ayan. And number 8, arbitrator and mediator. Sometimes you act as a judge or conciliator, tagapagitna, when kapag may mga nangyayaring conflict. Ayan. Exemplar, it means na ikaw yung dapat maging model of behavior pagdating sa iyong grupo. And the number 10, scapegoat, serving as a target of ventilating feelings. Okay? So, kumbaga, meron kang kakayanan para tanggapin yung mga feelings ng iyong mga kasamahan. Okay. So, isa-isa lang natin. Ito yung usually ng mga iba't ibang roles na ginagampanan. Task roles and the maintenance roles. At mamaya bibigyan natin ng pagkakaiba-iba itong mga task roles and maintenance roles. Under task roles, nandyan yung information and opinion giver, information and opinion seeker, the starter, the direction giver, summarizer, coordinator, diagnose, reality tester, and evaluator. Sa maintenance naman, encourager of group participation, harmonizer and compromiser, tension reliever, communication helper, evaluator of emotional playmate, standard setter, and interpersonal problem solver. So number 7, other structural properties is the group norms. Okay? So when we say norms, it is the rules and standards of behavior emerge in the group. Okay? So sabi nga natin, pag norms, this is something ought to do. Ayan, yung nararapat mong gawin based on the regulations, rules, ayan. Some norms are time specific. Some apply to all members while others apply only to some. Some are strictly observed and some are not. Ayan. So there, meron ditong example, what we call the idiosyncrasy credit. So This kind of credit for having lived up to the expectation of the group that allows them leeway in relation to the norms of the present. Okay? So kumbaga pag sinabi nating idiosyncrasy credit, ina-accept natin na sila ay mag-deviate from the group expectation. Kumbaga itong mga nagkakaroon ng idiosyncrasy credit ay nagkakaroon ng immunity from punishment from the non-observance of the standards and rules ng isang grupo. Okay? So, diyan papasok yung parang from the word idiosyncrasy, credit, parang pinagbibigyan. So, entitled sila on some rewards in the form of non-conforming behavior na okay lang na gawin nila yung ganitong mga bagay. Okay? So under group norms, meron tayong iba't ibang klase ng norms. These are the written rules, explicitly stated norms, and then the non-explicit informal norms and norms beyond awareness. So pag sinabi natin written rules, these are usually pwedeng codified. Halimbawa niyan, yung mga professional code of ethics. Ayan. Pwede rin siyang formal written statements. Ayan, kasi nga written rules. Explicitly stated norms, ito naman ay usually stated verbally and easily recognized by members. So madali siyang ma-recognize. For example, nakita mo na informal yung attire ng member na umatay ng inyong meeting. So pwedeng sabihan mo siya na pwedeng sabihin mo yung mga ibang darating na kung ano dapat ang isusuot sa meeting. So, stated verbally and easily recognized by members. Pag sinabi namang non-explicit informal norms, ayan, ang mga halimbawa nito, common naman ang mga chairman or chairperson, kailangan nakaupo sa center of table. So that's what we call informal norms. And kumbaga ito yung obvious o nakagawian na, na hindi na kailangan ipaalala. Okay? And then norms beyond awareness. Ayan. So nagpapangsyon yung norms beyond awareness through osmosis. Ayan. Kumbaga hawa-hawa. Ayan. Kumbaga kung tawagin. For example, when someone greeted a person, maaring sunod-sunod na rin, maaring batiin na rin noong ibang tao, yung person na iyon. So pag sinabing good morning, ayan, sunod-sunod na, good morning, yung ibang mga kasamahan mo sa grupo. Okay? So, how these norms can be changed? So maari daw mabago through behavioral contagion. So sa pamagitan ng imitation ng mga behavior. So through influence on the group from the external environment. So maari din siya mabago, depende sa influensya ng other members of the group. Through high status members who earn idiosyncrasy credit. Ayan, ito yung madalas na mga pinagbibigyan na makagawa ng mga acceptably deviate from group expectations. And by groups diagnosing their norms and modifying them. Pwede rin by outside consultant, by inviting an expert. Ayan. As well as through group discussion and by those with high self-esteem and who are willing to take risks. So number 8, the status. So this is the last structural properties. When we say status, this refers to the one's rank or standing in the group. It is based no interactions or relationship with other group, but on some characteristic possessed. So para mas madali natin matandaan, so when we say role, it is expected to do. Norms ought to do, and the status is the evaluation of work, or it refers to one's rank or standing. Kung ano yung standing mo sa isang grupo. Okay. So that's it for structural properties of the group. So we have 8 structural properties. So for group process, there are 6 group processes. Okay? So nandyan yung tinatawag nating conformity, competition and cooperation, decision making, the group think, and the group conflict, and then the group cohesiveness. So what is group process? Group process as changes in the condition of the group as a whole. Ito yung ilan sa mga pagbabago na naranasan ng grupo as they go along with their group. This is a developmental sequence that groups go through, and this is the interactional process or what goes on between and among members. So unahin natin yung conformity. So it means yielding to group pressure. Yung pagsunod o pag-conform mo, yung tendency to change the behavior in order to fit in the group, para maging belong ka dun sa grupo. And there are 2 types of conformity. So yung tinatawag nating expedient conformer, you outwardly agrees but inwardly disagrees. Yan. So nagko-conform ka, okay sa'yo, pero sa loob-loob mo ay parang labag sa iyong kalooban. That's the expedient conformer. And the true conformer, conformity wherein both outwardly and inwardly agrees with the group. So, okay sa'yo, yung ipinapakita mo. Outwardly and inwardly. Okay, yung pag-conform mo doon sa grupo. That's what we call true conformer. Number 2, group process is the competition and cooperation. Yan. So, under competition, so ibig sabihin, it denotes rivalry. Pag sinabi naman natin cooperation, it denotes joint efforts. So, nandyan yung effort ng 2 or more individual para ma-achieve yung desired objectives or goals. Okay? And cooperation ang most effective atmosphere in problem solving sa isang grupo. So when we say competitive atmosphere, this results when the members perceive their personal goals to be incompatible, different, conflicting, or mutually exclusive. Okay? So nagkakaroon ng rivalry. Okay? Sa cooperative naman results when there is compatibility, similarity, or complementarity in the personal goals of group members. So nandiyan na, makikita natin yung joint efforts ng grupo. So number 3, group process ay yung tinatawag nating decision making. So group decision making is considered as an integral stage or step in the total problem process. So napakahalaga daw ng decision making pagdating sa mga problem solving process ng isang grupo. Group decision must be in accord to the group interaction. Decision making by one or few for the following reasons. So maari daw may mga ginagawa tayong decision sa isang grupo na kailangan desisyonan na dahil sa mga sumusunod. Decision has to be made quickly and it cannot wait for a meeting. Kaya inaalaw na, sige, isa lang yung mag-decide or kaunti lang yung mag-decide kasi kailangan na lang desisyonan. The decision has to be made is not that important. So hindi masyado naman ka-importantehan. Hindi na kailangang pagdesisyonan ng mga kararami. And very obvious na dapat ganito yung maging decision. President has been set with similar action being made previously and there was no objection from the group. So kumbaga yung decision ay napag-desisyon na rin naman noon. At wala namang nangyaring objection from the other group. Okay? So, kumbaga, similar yung naging desisyon dun sa naging desisyon dati. Okay? So, under decision making, meron tayong tinatawag na railroading tactics. When we say railroading tactics, ito yung pamaraan kung saan pine-pressure yung grupo na mag-decide ng mabilisan o to decide quickly without benefits of the analysis. So, kumbaga, hindi na nila masyadong pinag-iisipan o masyadong pagmamadaling pagdedesisyon. Okay? So, it refers to the decision that benefits the subgroup but will be counterproductive for the whole group. So, ang mga example nito, halimbawa, ay withholding some information from the group or by giving negative consequences. Okay, for yung buying votes, ayan, pagbili ng mga boto, ayan. So, kumbaga ay mabilis ang pagdedesisyon nang hindi ina-analyze yung benefits of the analysis. That's the railroading tactics. And there are types of decision making. So, number one ay voting, the consensus, the postponing decision, and the delegation of decision-making authority. So under voting, so from the word voting, nandyan yung pagbobotohan ng bawat grupo kung paano didesisyonan ang isang bagay. At meron tayong two types of voting, the simple majority and the high percentage voting. When we say simple majority, so usually ito ay 1/2 plus 1. Okay? So kalahati ng member plus 1, yun yung i-declare nating panalo pagdating sa pagdedesisyon. Usually, simple majority, dito naman nagkakaroon ng, it creates division between the minority and the majority. Okay? Sa high percentage voting naman, nagkakaroon tayo ng pagsaset ng limit kung ilang percentage yung mananalo doon sa pag-decide. So for example, 2/3 dapat ang pumayag or 3/4 ang dapat bumayag para masabi natin ito yung ating desisyon na ating gagawin. Okay, the high percentage voting. Sa consensus naman, ito yung isa sa mga maganda na pamaraan ng pagde-decide. Pero sinasabi nga ito ay time consuming at kailangan ng maraming effort para mag-come up sa isang decision. Okay? Kasi dito ginagawa yung presentation ng suggestion. Ayan. So masyadong malawakang discussion bago mag-come up doon sa isang decision. So medyo tedious process siya and medyo time consuming. Sa postponing decision naman, nangyayari to when the group can agree to disagree. Yan. They protect the minority from the will of the majority. So may mga times na kailangan i-postpone yung decision. Kasi maaring para ma-protect yung minority from the will ng mga majority. Okay? And then the number 3 is the delegation of decision-making authority. Ayan. So dito naman, mas okay to kasi makakapag-save time ka. Kasi hindi siya matagal na process kasi may nakapag-delegate ka na kung sino yung magde-decide. So pwedeng sabihin natin yun, sige yung president na lang ang mag-decide at yung mga officer. So para mabilis. Ayan. So the tendency is makakapag-save time ka kapag nag-delegate ka ng magde-decide or the decision-making authority. So number 5, under group process pa rin is the group think. Okay? Okay, so when we say group think, refers to a problem-solving process in which proposals are accepted without careful review of their advantages and advantages. So kabaligtaran group think. So ang tatandaan niyo sa group think, without careful review of the advantages and disadvantages, and which powerful social pressure are exerted on a group member who voices objection to what otherwise appear to be a group consensus. At yung decision daw result from groupthink usually is not a good decision. Kasi nga, walang careful review with the advantages and disadvantages. Okay. Number 5 ay yung tinatawag naman nating conflict. Okay, when we say conflict, at least there are two parties involved in interaction. There are perceived or real mutually exclusive goals or mutually exclusive values exist. So, sa conflict, so nandyan din yung hinahangad nating ma-attain na goals, ends, objectives. Interaction is characterized by behavior intended to defeat the opponent or to gain victory. So ang pinakang goal natin is to defeat the opponent and gain victory over the opponent. Parties face each other using opposing actions. So more on violent yung forms ng opposing actions, and each party attempts to gain power. So there are types of conflict. Ayan. The win-lose, yield-lose, lose-leave, compromise, and integrative style. So when we say win-lose, so mas mahalaga daw yung goal than the relationship. Okay? Pag sinabi namang yield-lose, relationship is more important than the goal. Mas pinapahalagan yung relationship ng grupo kaysa doon sa goal. Lose-leave naman, ito yung mga may law concern both in goal and relationship. Compromise style, win some and lose some. Okay? This is kung saan meron silang moderate degree of concern pagdating sa goals and relationship. Okay? So integrative naman, meron silang high concern for both goals and relationship. And this is a type of a problem-solving style na dapat meron ang isang grupo. This integrative style. Okay? And last, the group cohesiveness. Okay. So, dito sa group cohesiveness, this refers to the degree to which members of a group desire. Ito yung desire na gusto nilang manatili doon sa kanilang grupo na kinabibilangan. And this was established from motivational forces of the group. Okay? So, nagde-desire sila na mag-remain sa group kung nandyan yung nakako-contribute ba yung grupo dun sa welfare ng bawat individual, and advance the group's objective, nakakamit ba yung objective, and they were able to participate also in the group objectives. Ayan. So, there are determinants of group cohesiveness. Number 1, yung members' motive based for attraction. So, ito yung reason ng individual bakit siya nag-join sa group. Number 2, the incentive properties of the group. This pertains to the goals, the programs, and as well as yung style of operation sa grupo. Number 3, expectancy concerning outcomes. This is the probability or beneficial or detrimental consequences. Okay, pagdating dito sa expectancy concerning outcomes. Kasali din dyan yung pag-determine ng goal or the goal determination. And last is number 4, comparison level. This is more on the conception of level of outcomes. Ayan. So sinasabi nga, the greater the number of satisfying membership, the more will demand for membership. Okay? So group cohesiveness, ayan. Nandyan yung attractiveness of the group and attractiveness of alternative membership. Okay? Sinasabi niya, ang isang individual will be more attractive if he like its member. Pag gusto niya yung mga kasama niya doon sa grupo na kanyang kinabibilangan. And what are the consequences of group cohesiveness? Okay. Or what we call the effect. Ayan. So, kung nandyan yung, kung ang isang individual ay mayroong desire na ma-remain sa group, siyempre, nandyan yung maintenance of membership. Okay? So, nandyan yung tendency na mas lalo pa siya na mag-remain sa grupong kanyang kinabibilangan. Power of the group over its member. So, nandyan yung influence noong mga member para mag-remain siya sa grupong kanyang kinabibilangan. Participation and loyalty. There is a greater degree ng participation, and makikita natin lower yung absences. Halimbawa, pag may mga tawag na mga meetings, activities, etc. And the personal consequences. So, when we say personal consequences, may effect din doon sa improved personal relation doon sa bawat miyembro ng isang grupo. Okay? So, properties of group that influence their attractiveness. Ayan. So, una, yung attractiveness of members. So, dito, sinasabi natin, pag gusto mo yung members, ay mas mananatili ka doon sa grupong iyong kinabibilangan. Kung gusto mo yung mga qualities, ayan. So, sinasabi nga na individual will be more attracted to membership in a group, the more he like its members. Okay? Number 2, similarities of among the members. Kung similar kayo, mas nagkakaroon ka ng interest na mag-remain dun sa group. Kung similar yung inyong pinaniniwalaan, yung values, yung interest, as well as the attitudes, etc. Okay? Group goals. Ayan. So, you will remain on the group kapag maganda yung pag-formulate noong goal, clear yung goal, and clear yung pag-attain noong group goals ninyo. Okay? The type of interdependence among members. Ayan. So, kung nakikita mong cooperatively interdependent, yung bawat grupo, so maaring tumaas yung level mo na pag-remain doon sa isang grupo. The group activities, the more na interesting yung isang activities, ay mas lalong nagre-remain ang isang individual sa isang grupo. So for like example, may mga activities like social clubs, activities na kung saan ay talagang nandun yung interest mo. Okay? Then, leadership and decision making. So this is, kung nakikita mong in terms of decision making, is democratic. Ayan. Yung decision making ay centralized. So mas nandoon yung tendency na mag-remain ka rin sa isang grupo. And the structural properties of the group. Kung okay din yung mga nabanggit nating structural properties such as communication structure, the size, the affectional structure, nandun din yung pag-remain mo sa isang grupo. And the last is the personal consequences. Okay? So, depende, doon sa personal na pagtingin mo. Okay? Kung ito ba ay nakakatulong sa iyo personally or it improves personal relationship with others. Okay? So that's the group process na meron tayong 6 na group processes. Okay? So ngayon ay tingnan natin yung iba't ibang types of group. Ayan. So this is the last topic for this afternoon. Ayan. So, tingnan natin ano-ano ba yung mga type of groups and paano ba nabubuo yung iba't ibang grupo. So, group is at least two people gather with common purposes or like interest in a cognitive, effective, and social interchange in single or repeated encounters. So, when we say group, at least two people na nag-gather with common purpose, common goal, merong tulad na interest, ayan. And yun, may common goal din sila na gustong ma-achieve. Unlike pag sinabi nating aggregate, it is only a simple collection of group of people who are on the same location, usually experiencing common influences without bond and significant interaction and may share some characteristic. And ang aggregate ay hindi siya organized. So just a simple collection of group of people. Okay? So there are classifications of groups. Ano po? Based on the objective of formation or group origin. Ayan. So number 1, nandyan yung deliberate formation groups. So ito daw yung mga grupo na nabuo para merong i-accomplish na mga specific objectives. Okay? Ang spontaneous formation groups naman, many groups arise because people expect to derive satisfaction from associating together. Ayan. So, nag-a-arise lang siya kasi na-satisfy ako sa pakikipaghalubilo ko, pakikisama ko sa inyo. At ang example niyan ay yung mga social clubs, juvenile gangs, friendships, and cliques. Number 3, the externally designated groups. This is a collection of individuals may become a group because they are treated in a homogeneous way by other people. Usually, people placed into categories. Kumbaga, nabubuo yung grupong ito kasi, yun nga, meron silang commonalities sa isa't isa. So, under deliberate formation groups, meron pa tayong mga iba't ibang types of groups. Number 1, yung tinatawag nating work groups. When we say groups, work groups, meron silang specific task na kailangan i-accomplish. Okay? From the word work groups, through pooling and coordination of the behavior and resources of a collection of individuals. So for example, yung ating expedition group to Everest. Ayan. So they have common tasks or to perform para ma-achieve nila yung kanilang goals. Number 2 is the problem-solving groups. Ayan. So nakapokus naman ito sa pag-resolve, paghanap ng mga solusyon dun sa kanilang mga problema. So for example, the commissions, the task forces, committees formed on the belief that a group can form a solution more efficiently than a single individual. So mas naniniwala sila na yung problema ay pwedeng masolusyonan sa pamamagitan ng grupo, rather than by single individual. So number 3, the social action groups. These are formed from the desire to influence the course of events in societies. Yan. So, ito yung mga parties, mga lobbyists, trade associations, civil rights groups. Ito yung may mga pinaglalaban din ng mga grupo. Ayan, na gusto nilang maka-impluwensya doon sa mga nakikita nilang mga hindi tama sa ating society. Next is mediating groups. When we say mediating groups, example nito yung mga coordinating council, interdepartmental committees, arbitration boards, etc. So they serve as the mediator sa maaring sa dalawang grupo. Sa yung pumapagitna. Okay? Legislative groups, more on formulation naman to ng mga rules, mga laws, regulations, and policies. So these are the board of directors, governmental legislative bodies. Client groups, this is formed based on assumption that performance of certain services is more efficient or effective of the clients are treated as group rather than as individuals. So sa client groups naman, mas naniniwala sila na mas magiging epektibo yung pagbibigay ng mga services kung iti-treat natin yung client as a group and not as an individual. So there are also other groups. Ayan. So nandyan yung tinatawag nating social groups. Ayan. This comprise of 2 or more members who identity and interact with one another on personal basis. Ayan. Personal basis pag sinabi nating social groups. An exclusive self-organizing. So some of the example nito, so sabi nga self-organizing, basta lilitaw na lang yan, mabubuo. Ano, diyan papasok yung families, friends, ayan, cliques, etc. The primary group, nandyan yung closeness or physical proximity. Smallness, durability, identity of ends, relationship is an end itself. Relationship is personal and intimate. So, diyan pa rin papasok yung primary group natin, yung family, our friends, best friends, etc. The number 3, secondary groups. Usually daw, pag sinabi natin secondary groups, these are large in size. And for medyo formal siya. And there is impersonality, indirect cooperation, and voluntary membership. So the best example of secondary group ay yung tinatawag nating organization. Number 3, the reference group. This applies to the group against which an individual evaluates his or own situation of conduct. So, kumbaga, pag sinabi natin reference group, kung nakikita mo maganda yung qualities, nung sinasamahan mong grupo, ayan, makikijoin ka. So, yun yung tinatawag nating reference group. The next, personal group that come together spontaneously on the basis of naturally occurring events, interpersonal attraction, and or mutually perceived needs of members. So, dito papasok kasi yung, halimbawa, nagbuo kayo ng grupo kasi dahil sa pandemic, so gusto nyo ma-influensyahan yung policy maker na magawa ng mga policy na related sa ating pandemic. Ayan. So sabi nga ay spontaneously on the basis of naturally occurring events. So depende sa mga events na nangyayari or interpersonal attraction or mutually perceived needs of members. Number 5, yung in groups. Individual identities himself by virtue of his awareness of likeness. It embodies the pronoun we. So, in groups, so, ibig sabihin, you belong, doon sa grupo. Sa outgroups naman, it embodies the pronoun they. A member feels sense of indifference, avoidance, hostility, or competition, or outright conflict. Outgroups, so parang hindi ka belong doon sa grupo na kinabibilangan mo. So that's what we call outgroups. Next, treatment groups are what we call the counseling groups. This also referred to small helping groups. In social work, a method of intervention to help meet personal needs of its member. So, sa treatment groups, meron tayong goal na kailangang may correct natin doon sa client. And the purpose of treatment groups is for support, education, as well as growth, therapy, and socialization. And lastly, the task groups, or what we call the activity group. These are formed and maintained so that specific activities of job can be accomplished. So may certain tasks, may certain activities na kailangang matapos. Kaya nabuo itong task groups. Okay? So there are also 2 basic types of group functions. Ayan. This could be task-oriented function and strengthening of the group itself or the group building functions. So, unahin natin yung task-oriented function, the achievement of group goals. So, under task-oriented function, usually ito yung mga nag-i-initiate ng action, keep members' attention on the goal, clarifies the issue, develops a procedural plan, evaluate the quality of work done, and makes expert information available. So from the word task-oriented, so nakapokus sila more on sa pag-accomplish ng mga tasks. And the group building functions, so more on the strengthening ng group. This usually keeps interpersonal relations pleasant, arbitrates disputes, provides encouragement, give the minority a chance to be heard, stimulates self-direction, and increases the interdependence among members. Okay, so there are also classification of group functions. Ayan. So unahin natin yung group building and maintenance roles. Those which contribute to building relationship, ayan, and cohesiveness among members. So yung the ability to remain in the group, yung ating cohesiveness. So number 1 ay yung tinatawag nating encouraging. Okay, so when we say encouraging, being friendly, warm, responsive to others, praising others and other ideas, agreeing with and accepting the contribution of others. Ayan. So, more on encouragement doon sa members, para mag-remain siya doon sa group at makapag-build ng good relationship. Okay, letter B ay yung tinatawag nating mediating. Ang role naman ng mediator is to harmonize, is to conciliate the differences and points of view and making compromises. Gatekeeping naman, pag sinabi natin gatekeeping, trying to make it possible for another member to make a contribution by saying, we have not heard from G yet, or suggesting limited talking time for everyone so that all will have a chance to be heard. So, ang trabaho ni gatekeeping is para mabigyan ng chance yung iba na makapagsalita at makapagbigay ng mga opinion at mga reflections nila about din sa group. Then letter D, standard setting. Ayan, sila yung nagseset ng standard sa grupo by expressing standards for the group to choose in choosing its subject matter, procedures, rules, or rules of conduct, and ethical values. Letter E, following. So when we say following, so going along with the group, somewhat possibly accepting the ideas of others, serving as an audience during group discussion, and being a good listener. So from the word following, so nagiging ka lang follower, o sunod-sunuran doon sa mga bagay na ginagawa doon sa isang grupo. Relieving tension, so when we say relieving tension, draining off the negative feeling by testing or throwing oil on troubled waters, diverting attention from unpleasant to pleasant matters. So kung nagkakaroon ng tension, so ito yung magiging way para maalis o ma-relieve yung tension between the two conflicting parties. Okay. So according naman sa group task roles, so meron din tayong mga iba't ibang roles na ginagampanan pagdating sa grupo. So letter A, initiating. So when we say initiating, ikaw yung nagsasuggest ng mga new ideas, ayan, or a change way of looking at the group problem or goal, or by proposing a new activities. Okay? Letter B, information seeking. This is more on, ito yung mahilig magtanong, asking for relevant facts or authoritative information, or relating personal experiences pertinently to the group task. Letter C, information giving. Ikaw naman yung nagpo-provide ng mga relevant facts and information relating to personal experience pertinent to the group task. Letter D, opinion giving. This is stating a pertinent belief or opinion about something the group is considering. And letter E, clarifying. So you are probing for meaning and understanding, restating something the group is considering. So nagkakaroon ng clarification. So you want to prove meaning and para mas ma-understand mo yung mga bagay-bagay pagdating doon sa grupo. Elaborating, building on previous comment, enlarging on it, and giving example. Ayan. So, ine-enlarge pa yung mga topics, usapan pagdating doon sa grupo. So, mas pinapalawak pa. Okay? Coordinating, showing, or clarifying the relationship among various ideas. Trying to pull ideas and suggestions together. So, ikaw yung nagko-coordinate ng iba't ibang ideas ng members of the group. Orienting, defining the progress of the discussion in terms of group goals, raising questions about the direction is taking. Okay? And letter I is testing. So checking with the group to see if it is ready to make decision or to take some actions. And lastly, the summarizing, reviewing the content of the past discussions. Ayan. So yan yung mga tasks under group task roles. And syempre, meron din tayong mga non-functional role. Ayan. Or the emanating from self-centered behavior. So ito yung medyo hindi na mga accepted na mga functions pagdating sa grupo. So nandyan yung blocking. So ang tendency ng mga blocking is interfering with the progress of the group. Ayan. By going off on a tangent, citing personal experience unrelated to the group problems. And arguing too much on the point the rest of the group has revolved, rejecting ideas without consideration of preventing a vote. And isa pa sa hindi non-functional ay yung aggression. So, more on nagkakaroon ng criticizing or blaming others. Nagiging hostile toward the group or some individuals without relation to what has happened on the group. So, nandiyan din yung attack on the motives of others and depleting the ego or status of others. Letter C, seeking recognition. Ito yung mga mahilig tumawag ng attention by excessive talking, extreme ideas, boasting, or boisterousness. Okay? Special pleading. Introducing or supporting ideas related to one's own pet concerns or philosophies. Beyond reason, attempting to speak for the grassroots, the housewife, the common man, and so on. So parang silang tagapagsalita, halimbawa ng mga nakakarami. Okay? And then withdrawing, acting indifferent or passive, resorting to excessive formality, doodling or whispering to others. And the dominating, trying to assert authority and manipulating the group or certain members of it by pulling rank, giving direction authoritatively, and interrupting contribution of others. So nagiging isang dominant pagdating doon sa grupo and nagkakaroon ng manipulative attitude itong mga dominating. Okay? So that's the non-functional role ng ating pagdating po sa groups. Okay? So that's end yung ating social and group processes. So yun po, baka po may mga questions doon sa ating naging topics para sa araw na ito. So medyo madami, po, ang ating mga naging topic for this day. Ayan. So, may mga questions po ba? Kanina po ba nagsagot na rin kayo noong 100 items na exam with Ma'am Beverly? So yun, so dahil nga yung limited time lang yung ating pagre-review. So mas maganda nga sana ma-process natin yung mga ibinigay yung exam Pero yun nga dahil nga limited. So wala na tayong opportunity para ma-process yung ating mga naging examinations Ayan. So if you have questions, ayan, pwede po tayo magtanong. Kung meron po tayong medyo naguguluhan. Okay. Klaro po kaya sa ating mga reviewees? Yung ating mga tinalakay? Okay. So ayan, so baka po may mga katanungan para po sayang po yung opportunity na tayo ay habang nandito. Ayan, so klaro daw, ayan. So a sort of advice na lang, so yun na lang siguro, mag-read, as much as possible. Kung hindi nyo nakukuha yung concept, pwede nyo siyang balik-balikan. Kasi the more na nababalik-balikan nyo yung mga konsepto, so mas madali natin siyang naiintindihan. Okay? And magkaroon ng study habit, for example, mag-set kayo ng araw, ng oras, kung kailan kayo mag-study, kung saan kayo ay komportable. Okay? So, huwag niyong pilitin na mag-study na hindi naman kayo komportable with the time. Ayan. So, kailangan ay yung pinakang komportableng oras, kayo magkakaroon ng pag-study. Okay? So, wala na po kayong mga questions. Ayan. So, we have still 30 minutes pa. Sayang naman, baka may mga questions pa kayo. Or okay na po ba tayo? So far, parang okay na parang wala na pong mga questions. And hopefully, ay sana ay makapasa po lahat ng ating mga reviewees. Ayan. And soon ay magiging pong registered social worker. Ayan. Sige. So sabi po ni Ma'am Catherine, tayo daw po ay mag-photo docs. Ayan. Pa-open daw po ng cam para sa ating photo documentation.
Miss Hannah and Miss Ryan, mag-open tayo ng camera. Picture taking tayo mga kapatid. See you.
Hi, ma'am.